All right, hello everybody to today's Open Saturday, or not so Open Saturday, live Kriegsspiel session at the International Kriegsspiel Society, which will be my Master Umpire apprenticeship game. I've here put together a very interesting scenario on the island, set on the island of Jersey in the English Channel in the year 1809. The French are attempting another surprise landing attack, as they did during the American War of Independence in 1781. They tried before, but 1781 was the only really successful one. This time we assumed they would be able to attack surprisingly as well, or again, and we are now in a situation to start the game. I think all players should be assembled. Let me see, we got Marshall, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, we are missing one player, but then we are good to go. All the players have been briefed before, in advance of the game, so once they are all here, we should be good to go. And another special thing about this game is every player has a secret objective, which they were not allowed and are not allowed to talk about with the other players. So there's that. I'm curious to see how this will impact the gameplay, actually. All right. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Still one missing.
Want me to find out which one it is?
I'm quickly checking. So, English, Marshall is here. Nick is here. Lake is here. Beckett is here. So the English are complete. And then let's see. Arp is not with us in the.
I am.
Oh,
I
I
am
just
here.
didn't.
Yeah, he
Okay,
was
yeah,
just
yeah, it
muted.
is.
I've been here the whole time.
Ah, there you are.
Just changed my name.
It's the name changes that always confuses people.
yeah.
Yeah,
Why'd you ask us to do it?
Yep.
I'm trying
All
to
right,
figure out how
great.
to do it now.
So,
Here we are.
anybody got any questions before we start the game?
not me.
None that should be asked publicly.
I see.
Yeah, we're fighting over Jersey, so the loser has to keep it.
All right.
Great tax haven, though.
Okay, then I would say please split up into your voice channels and we get going.
Okay, there has to be a way to change my name on here, and I don't know how to do it.
You were on PC, correct?
Yes.
Right click on your on you on the in the members list.
Okay, let's think about how we want to split up the players. So we have 5 umpires today, which means the 4 of you will each take care of 2 players, 1 on each team. and I will be supervising rolling dice and doing that sort of stuff. Let's just go from top to bottom, maybe. So, John, you take blue 1, red 1.
Yep.
And then blue 2, red 2. Peter 3. Tim is red 4.
I don't know, I can't remember if we mentioned this, but I can only see 3 French commanders.
You can only see 3.
On the board, I only see 3 headquarters.
On the square.
Oh, the square, okay.
Yeah, the square is the division.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
Those squares.
Okay, so the starting time is actually now, I think, about 6:30.
Sorry, Jan, just making sure you want me to do red 1 and red 2, is that correct?
No, blue 3 and red 3.
Okay.
Looking at the okay.
Alright, so regarding the British players, when you go and give them the first report, you tell them that the sun is just rising, there's still fog on the channel, and they do hear the bells ring from the west, and they probably even can identify the bells of St. Peter. So they know that something's going on. You have to ask if they want to order their militia forces to assemble, or what else they want to do. If they want to do this, write dispatches, they'll have to do that in their player channels. And for the French, you can tell them that the wind had changed, turned from the southwest to the northwest, which made it a bit more difficult to actually land. Some of their ships were drifted off, shifted to the Portlet Bay and even the Normand Point. That is regarding Pierre and the division commander Bonchance. So division first player and the second player Pierre for the light. And led to confusion where the units actually landed. However, they all managed to get ashore. 3rd regiment here, Montcy, just about like 15 minutes ago. Yeah, and they managed to actually overrun St. Auburn without any resistance so far. They have captured these 2 ships there in the harbor. And they are now hearing the rings of St. Peter, the bells ring of St. Peter, and you can ask for their orders as well. That's about it, I think.
Okay, so we start with screenshots as well, right?
Yes, screenshots as well. So let me remove all the
Thanks.
lines and stuff. We don't need those anymore.
Were you able to draw on the map, like as people request certain things, just to kind of keep track of stuff?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Just wondering, are the French all aware of where each of us are in this bottom corner before I screenshot it and send it away?
Sorry, what regarding the screenshot?
Just wondering, are the French, French one?
Yeah.
Are they aware of the units around them that are friendly? So I don't have to edit them out at the moment.
I would think that these guys over here only really know that these battalions are here.
Aye.
But not what's going on further to the west.
No.
Thanks.
You can, even if you want to, if you're using the snipping tool, it has the square thingy, and then besides that the free snipping, where you can like just draw random shapes on the screen, if that's better for that purpose. So you don't have to edit it afterwards.
have to show you guys how to use Greenshot. It's a much better piece of software than a snipping tool.
Okay.
Okay.
So we
and I
send-
guess, oh, sorry.
We send both screenshots and then we do the briefings, or do we do screenshot briefing, screenshot briefing?
You can send both screenshots first.
Okay.
Okay, and the time? Sorry, yeah?
The time right now is 06:30.
Thank you.
06:30.
I'm sorry, I'm still completely lost with this.
Who are you looking for?
Not as in like a locational sort of loss, I'm just like no clue what I'm doing still, unfortunately.
So what number are you in terms of who you're sending stuff to?
Blue one and red one. I'm aware of who I'm supposed to send to, but what exactly am I supposed to brief them with?
Yeah, so blue one, you can tell them because of the wind change, they were pushed to the southeast. They barely managed to read the Portlet Bay and land there instead of the actual Brelat Bay where they wanted to go. And then they advanced together with the light infantry on St. Orban and took the city without resistance. And now they can hear bells ring from the churches in the north. And then red one is Don. Where is Don? Is in the Saint Helier. So he basically, the only thing he knows is it's a foggy morning and out of a sudden he hears the bells ring from St. Peter.
Okay, the quality of my screenshots with regards to text, it's on the borderline blurry. So
Yeah, you can tell them what it says though when
okay,
you get into this. Yeah. Mine also, and every game that I umpire looks like crap.
it's gonna be. And those are French troops.
That's all right.
Okay.
Does it matter who gets the briefing first,
No.
red or blue?
No.
No.
Guess I'm gonna go then.
Sorry, Jan, what did you say about the red side? Was it foggy morning and they've got fog to the north? Sorry.
Yeah, exactly. And they now can hear the bells of St. Peter ring, and you just ask them for their orders then if they want to mobilize any troops. Can I help you with anything?
I'm just throwing it down on paper, sorry. Cheers.
I mean, if you want, you can talk to the blue one commander and send them the screenshot, and I just take care of red one for now.
Yeah, please, yeah, make things far simpler for me. Thank you.
Sure, no problem. So what did I say was the time? 6:30. Hello there. Are you there?
Yes.
All right, so it's as usually a foggy morning on Jersey in St. Helier town, and out of a sudden you can hear the bells of St. Peter ring to the west.
Would this be unexpected?
Yes.
Okay. Now, my assumption here would be that means enemies have been spotted. Was this an agreed upon signal beforehand, maybe?
Yes, you know that is an alarm signal you can hear there.
Well, I will do nothing for now.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Easy like that.
With two ships moored there, you can hear church bells ringing to the north from St. Peter's.
Okay, so the light infantry is on my right, yes? Okay. Okay, let me see the screenshot.
I've posted it in the blue one shell, if you have access to it.
Sorry, let's say I didn't hear you. Yeah, I have access to my channel, hold on. Okay, so I'm collocated with Pierre. Oh wait, we already captured the Senate. Okay, that's amazing. Okay, so okay. My orders for now are for I want to send a courier to the support units that landed on the last wave. That'll be the 2 grenadier battalions, 1 supply, and 1 artillery section, and I want them to come here. That's the I just want to send a courier to them, which are currently just north of the place they landed from. The courier should tell them to come here, and that's all for me for this turn.
Did you say 2 grenadiers and the guns included?
Yes. I want the courier to go towards the beach where the last wave landed, get into contact with 24th and 96th Grenadier battalions, alongside with 1 artillery section and supply wagon that are coming with them, and to get them to where we are currently.
No. Is that all?
Hold on, Ling.
Military force that is mustered, so we are expecting danger, aren't we?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you are in any way you're close to the French border.
Yeah.
But you don't have really any other news. Just the telling that there is some belling, let's say, going on further west in the island.
Okay, Juan, I have 2 orders. Number 1.
Okay, one second. I'm gonna go to blue.
Okay, when you're ready, I'll give you my orders.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Marshall, how
All
are you
right.
feeling today?
Oh, I feel fine. I've got my coffee going.
Great.
I feel okay. I had a rough night. I didn't get a lot of sleep, but I feel fine right now. I am comforted by my 2 dogs, which are here with me in the scenario.
Yeah.
So
What
there
do you think
go.
about the scenario?
I'm not sure yet, but I'll tell you what I think of the. I have some pretty positive thoughts. I love the amount of work and detail that you've put into it. It's absolutely exquisite. I love the little iPads with the YouTube links so people can learn more while they wait. I think that is a fantastic idea and something we should start doing because it gives people something to look at and think about while playing the game.
Yep.
I like the command friction that you've created between me and General George. I think it's brilliant. And I have my own kind of way to maybe resolve it, but we'll see.
All right.
We'll see.
Sounds interesting.
So,
good.
yeah. So I've put some thought into it. What I don't know is what I'm actually going to face today, and how we'll do against it. But we'll see.
Yep. All right. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Jan. Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, so if you've put down the courier token, the order token, that's great to use. They are 3 away, so I would assume we can leave the order delay out here in this situation and get them moving. Or depending where these guys should move.
He wants those to just stay in position for the moment, and just the grenadiers and the battery to their left to move up and join with them.
Yeah, but potentially they could move up to somewhere here. So.
Jan?
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm with Monty. I was presuming those grenadiers would be in his command in the zone next to him, but
no.
It seems like they're not, actually.
No.
Okay.
These 2 battalions here are part of the regiment.
Okay.
He was supposed to land together with them, but the ship was pushed away by the wind and had a hard time to come back into the bay.
Okay, so they are... Alright, okay. So they're his guys. Okay, that's fine. And the artillery, does he have a section of artillery as well?
No, the artillery and the grenadiers are all under division command.
Okay, alright.
Okay, I'm back with the orders.
All right. Let me just quickly, I think Don had some new orders. What is it?
I would actually like to change my orders. And order the troops that are in the very east of the island. I think that should be 3 blocks to just start marching to where I am.
Okay, so they shall leave the Martello Towers and the Mount Orguay Castle, yeah?
The castle is the one on that peninsula?
Yep.
Okay, yes.
Okay. All right, we'll do that.
And I have a question about the unit out on the island. You said they can only march during like low tide, right?
Yes.
When is low tide?
Low tide is at 11 o'clock.
Okay, so they cannot move until 10-ish.
Yeah.
Now, I also have that one unit on the other side on that island. Is that just stuck there, or can it also leave at low tide?
They can also leave at low tide.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
This fine sand area there, yeah, that's dry at low tide.
Okay, perfect.
All right, thank you.
But all that kind of thing. I'm sure Jan will be more than happy for you to work everything out yourself.
Yeah, so far, the orders I've received are quite easy to implement, I guess.
Okay.
So some delay on these guys. Any questions here regarding the movement?
It's no. Mine are moving 2 grids max, so I guess that's more than enough.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, 3 actually. Boom. That's 3. Okay.
Yeah, these are light infantry. That's all right. So move 3 squares deployed. Okay, is that everything moved?
I have one question though for the red on my under my supervision.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, they send a dispatch to San Elier, which I guess can actually go and return in one turn because it's it's distance to go and return. And then Marshal basically Carteret is he's how do you call it? He's running the troops. Okay, you already are doing some rolls here. I see.
Yeah, that's the the regular troops, but that would be for these 3.
Oh, those are done. Okay. Ah, shit. Then I sent well.
So.
Oh. Send it wrong.
1 turn, 2 turns to assemble. And up here, I see these guys have orders to move as well. Which should be alright. They take 3 turns to get their stuff together.
Okay.
And these guys also. Oops, so shit.
That's a good map.
That, sorry, that was my fault. Okay, there we are.
Oh no. Got to look for all of your URLs again, yeah.
Huh. I don't have to, that's... You just set the checkbox there.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
There you go. All good.
Okay. And what about these folks over here? They are also to assemble?
Yeah, they're getting ready, yeah. Everything's getting ready.
Okay. Do you think they would on their own or with the message? I think the message wouldn't arrive there.
Well, it's 12, isn't it? So for a messenger, so these ones would just add an extra additional time to the whatever dice you roll for them.
Okay.
Whether it's 1 or 2. So that would be a 3, I guess, or a 4.
Let's see, that's 1, so that's 2 turns for them. And over here, that is 2, 3 turns for those at St. Martin. And has Carteret also ordered the dragoons to assemble somewhere?
Yes.
Okay.
In the same place where he is, essentially.
Let's see how long it takes to get those together. It's 1 turn. Oh. I should really have removed the map.
It's dragging.
So. This guy, that's 2 turns. Okay.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
No problem. Okay, that should be everything then. We can move on to 6:45.
Oh, hang on 1 second. My guys have not been moved.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, my map is not moving. Ah!
Real fast. Desai, I think that's it. He wants to move up toward the church, in the direction of the church bells.
Okay.
And so I believe that will probably get him there this turn.
Yes. Okay, so then let's see.
His order to march is these guys first, then these guys, then him, and then...
So, I mean, the question is, does he want to move in column there or deployed? If there is something there.
Yeah, I didn't ask. Oh, no, he said column, but, he didn't mention when to deploy them.
Okay.
I guess they would soon deploy as soon as they come into visual range.
Yep.
He did think that might have been the location of some enemy troops, so I guess that's safe to assume.
Yeah. Even though they are still sort of assembling here, let's do an emergency roll on those guys. So let's say they move up in some sort of formation. These are probably in column still. What would you take? This one. And then this one, which is almost assembled, would probably get into the direction and try to stop them, delay them at least. And what do we have here?
Do you want to do a -1 on the British force, just because they were still kind of half top?
Yeah, I don't really think there is that can be applied to Otto's dice. I'm not sure about that.
Oh, they're as low as they can be anyway.
So let's see. This one would be -1. Would actually be better. Yeah, it would be a +1 then maybe. But it doesn't change the result anyway. So only if the enemy is in bad terrain, which is not the case here. No, they're all good. They do some skirmishing there, and say some of the companies manage to delay the French a little bit. Put down some smoke on them. Like so. That's about it. Alright. Then forward to 6:45, and I check the mobilization dice and carefully reduce them. Okay, you can already start to take new screenshots and give reports.
Okay.
So those that had a 1, it means that they are going to start moving this turn?
No, next turn.
I forgot to mention this. These guys are moving around.
Yeah, the officer can move immediately here, but these guys can only move next turn.
Oh, they can't even move. Okay, gotcha.
Okay.
How is everyone else doing as regards to umpire? Everyone else okay with what's happening so far?
I think so. Yeah.
Gonna find out.
Alright. You could bend in the breeze when it comes to umpiring. So if you feel like you've done a poor showing at 6:30, you can give them a slight edge in 6:45, and slowly it all balances out. So
I like that.
That's true.
That's some Master Umpire advice there.
Okay, I have a question regarding dispatches.
Mm-hmm.
Do I write them in the umpires chat, or directly I write them in the receiver?
From whom to whom is it going?
So I have 2. One, it should be quite fast because it's between the Light Brigade and Bonchance.
Yeah, you can just copy and immediately paste it over.
And the other one is Carteret, so on the southeast to Saint-Hélier, to Don.
Okay. That's also within 1 turn reach, so you can just copy it over.
Okay, so I have to translate that into French.
Ah, didn't he do that?
Nope.
Yeah, then please remind him to do that.
Okay.
John, shall I give reports to Dom again? Would that help you?
I'm just composing one at the moment. I'm telling him that Pierre's headed north whilst he... what would the word be?
Yeah, you can just give the reports verbally. There's no need to actually write them down.
Yeah, but it just helps me speak.
Okay.
Like
sure.
if preparing in advance sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I have the opposite effect. If I write it down, I'm bumbling and just can't get my thoughts straight.
I just do that for Don again, just to get us keep up the speed. All right.
Oh.
So nothing has really changed.
The bells are still ringing,
The bells are still ringing, yes.
but nothing else I can hear.
Nothing else you can hear. Just seeing, no, there's nothing else you can hear. Your orders went out. They will probably be executed next turn.
Do I know how long it would take a messenger to get to me from my units in the west? Assuming they would send one if they were attacked on that beach.
2 turns.
So it would be here next turn.
Yep.
Okay. Are the troops that are with me in the fort, are they like ready to go, or are they still sleeping?
By now they should be ready to go.
Okay. And do we have like some way of communicating with the troops on the islands? Are there like small boats or something that they can use to send
Yeah,
messages?
absolutely.
Okay. So if the one on the western island saw something like along that coast, they would inform me eventually.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay. So they're maybe here. They landed here. Because the top is too cliffy, I think, to land.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, you got a dispatch there. Maybe you want to answer that.
Oh yes, we do not speak English with the peasants, do we? Okay, he says nothing. I think I'll translate it to be sure. I'm sure I would have a translator. Henry Canteret is my opponent, right? The guy I don't like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. He is in the east, right?
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
At
Well,
Groville.
I will send him a message. But
Mm-hmm.
my orders are still for the troops that are in the west to converge on me.
Yep. Sure
Or
thing.
rather, I mean, there's not really town names sometimes, so it's hard to say where exactly I want to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to take the regiments that are with me, or the battalions, I'm not sure. I think that's a battalion. In the fort, and march up the coast to the second ravine. So the one that's just before the place where the militia is. So to the bottom right of Saint-Laurent, or one of the militia should be raised, I think. Does that make sense? One of the light green militias is like in the middle of the island, and to the ravine to the right of that.
Okay.
At the coast. I would like my troops to move there and deploy facing westwards.
All right.
And the supply can kind of tag along, maybe like halfway between Saint-Hélier and that position.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, do we have the capacity of the next to demount artillery pieces from the ships? Okay, let's see. There was a timestamp missing. Everything else sort of looks good. So he wants these guys to get up and moving. So we put them into column H. And start moving them a little bit. Is there a road along the beach? Not really.
Regarding movement, John, did you say it's 4 tiles per turn?
It would be 4 on roads and marching column, yes. Deployed off the road 2. Or 1, depending on, I mean, if they are going through the valley or whatever.
Aye.
But yeah, the commander piece can move farther.
Aye. As in, like, 4 tiles regardless of terrain?
Yes, absolutely.
Aye.
Could even move, I don't know, up to 12 probably.
Whereabouts is Montse on this map? Can't seem to find it.
Where's what?
Montse, he said he wanted to go to, unless he's thinking of somewhere else.
is this commander of the 3rd Regiment.
Okay.
Of course, yeah.
One question from me, Jan, before I start looking through the notes, but Lake wants to move to Trinity. So I'm not too sure where Trinity is, but I think it's in his notes. So I can either look, or you can just tell me quickly where Trinity
Trinity is over here, I think. At the Bully Bay.
Oh, okay. Right, very good. Thanks for that.
Oh, that's the place.
Alright, the Commander Bonchance is moving to the north and he's wanting Montse along with his 2nd Battalion, the 3rd, and 3rd Battalion, the 3rd, to move north along with him.
So on my side, the Leger essentially moving north, and then the message that he wrote you about dismounting the cannons in order to shoot the fort, and then Carteret essentially waiting to rally troops.
Mm-hmm.
So I see a 1 here. Well, I think I don't know if you have to do you handle the rallying, or do we start moving them as well?
No, they are still rallying. if they have the one die,
Yes.
they are starting to move next turn then.
Okay, so this troop that if they don't have any, they move, right?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. 6. Okay.
Who's relaying information to Blue 3?
That'll be me, Peter.
Alright. Peter, Bonchance is requesting Monsey to move via courier to move north to the sound of the musket fire.
Okay, he's actually doing that off his own back anyway.
Right.
But what we need to do is get the guys to write messages or little dispatches. So they'll have to actually write it, and then you'll take that, and normally it takes a messenger 12 squares to move across the battlefield, with some deviations on the terrain, which you just make a judgment on, essentially. And then if it's within that range for him to actually get that dispatch to the whoever it's going within the next turn, then you just deliver that the next turn. Or if you think it's going to take longer than that, then you leave it for 2 turns. But there's no right or wrong way of doing that necessarily. Just you add on that bit of flavour whether that message is going to be delayed or not. Essentially.
I mean, they're basically right next door to each other at the moment, so I don't think it should be an issue.
It'll be an immediate one. I've over-egged your pudding there, but that's just in case.
Yeah, cheers though. Anyway.
Yeah,
All right.
if they're so close to each other, then just copy it over.
Also, John, you say you're Bonchance?
Yeah.
I've copied a written message from Desai, who's just a couple of squares away from him, to Bonchance. Desai's men have deployed up here at the church, and the British commander wants to climb to the top of the church steeple to get a better look at what's going on.
The British commander wants to.
Lesueur, yeah.
Alright, it's just due to previous complications, I'm only relaying to Blue 1. I believe it's Jan that's taken over Red 1.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
What's the question? Does you want to go up a church steeple or something?
Yeah.
I think Jan would probably say that's fine. Just give them an extra square of range, potentially.
Okay.
Yeah, that should be good. Let's see on the clock 7. Yeah, I think most of the fog should be gone by next turn. So.
Tunis, did you say that Desai wants Bonchance to join up with him?
He just wants to send the dispatch, and he doesn't. He just says he's met with British resistance at the St. Peter's Church. There's a supply train, and then he's going to attempt to hold them, and if not, then fall back to St. Aubin. The text is copied in the umpire chat.
Oh, cheers.
I have 2 comments to make. So Bonchance sent a dispatch to the Légère, to Pierre. I already sent that, so so the umpire doesn't have to get the one that's the link. And then Jan, do you know more or less when will the light brigade start to actually be able to field some cannons from the ship?
I mean,
just to give him an idea of more or less how the work is progressing. Can be just you're starting to get into the ship and unloading, I don't know.
Yeah. Tell that, and I think then probably 45 minutes or so to get them off. I mean, they are not like mobile cannons you can just pull around. That's the thing with those.
Okay.
So if he really wants to do that, they will be slow to actually use.
Thanks.
How far did you say couriers go? In a turn?
Up to 12.
Okay. And another question, right here, the LeSueur has deployed some troops to get sort of a view on the bay. Would they be able to see that St. Aubin's been captured? Or really anything useful?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay.
Those guys might eventually get that something is going on there. Yeah, probably these guys will probably next turn fire alarm shots with their artillery here. Okay. We have all the movement implemented then.
Yep.
Gonna move this die to 1.
So over here we have more combat, right?
Yeah.
So let's see. Put you 1, yes.
Would this other British regiment have got into the combat as well?
They will next turn.
Oh.
So that's nothing. Well, let's see, that's nothing because of the quality. These are depot battalions, and this one is the enemy in an advantage position. I think it's even if advantaged, so yeah, then let this hit. So hit on these guys, and they hit back as well, and they run low on ammunition. Ammo marker on these, and more smoke. Okay, cool. So
It's looking good, it's heating up.
Remove this one.
How that smoke looks so cool.
Alrighty, if that's all, then we can progress to 0700.
Okay.
I will remove a few of the mobilization dice. This one goes to 1. These guys are ready, these guys are ready. This goes down to 1. Alright. So everybody can now hear sound of the guns from Fort St. Aubin.
Okay.
Do these grenadiers actually have any orders? I know some were supposed to like guard these guns, but don't know if that's true for the whole.
I've just received orders from Bonchance.
Alright.
And he wants his grenadiers to both head to St. Aubin to scuttle the boats.
Okay.
I erase these very light blue lines down here. Not sure who put them there.
They're very difficult to erase. That's all I would say.
Yeah, things they have been implemented.
There we go, okay. Just didn't want to include that in a screenshot.
Yep. These to come.
Also, Juan, can you get your hand away from the church?
Oh, sorry.
There we go. No problem. It's an odd request to have to make in a game.
It's I understand it completely. Okay, so I'm all set. I guess I will go. Yeah, I got just one question. How do we, like, is there any way of saying, okay, umpires, go to their chat, or is more or less a tacit agreement of when we stop chatting in the group and then we go?
Yeah, once we have implemented all the orders and the combat, then basically, and started a new turn, then you can basically start taking the screenshots and just go and give the report.
Okay, thanks. So I guess that is now.
Mm-hmm. So let's see about the dispatches.
His orders has been Bonchance's orders have been updated to the Grenadiers. Not to burn the ships now, but to strip them of anything useful.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good. They need the supplies.
Should have dropped a token on them then, or...
We can pull a supply wagon for them and start filling it up.
Alright, I'm off.
And St. Mary. So take another turn. That will take another turn. Okay. Just need to remember those dispatches. Right, you started moving, and as you did so, you can hear alarm cannon shots from Fort St. Aubin.
Okay. Their cannons only shoot outwards, right? So they're just warning
Yes,
us.
they only shoot into the bay.
Okay. And it wasn't in an amount that would tell me that there's ships there, was it?
No, these were single alarm shots.
Okay. Now I see that there's some ships there. Under whose commands are they?
In the harbor of St. Aubin?
Yes, or the ones in my harbor as well here.
You could potentially try to give them orders if you wanted to. They are
Well,
not,
I assume the ones in St. Aubin either left or scuttled as soon as they saw that there's something coming.
Maybe so, yeah.
Hopefully. Would be dumb if they just got captured.
But yeah, I mean, formally speaking, these ships in St. Helier harbor are not under your command, but...
Okay, I would like to just inform them that we believe the enemy landed in Sowen's Bay or Saint-Brûlad's Bay, I don't know, the two bays to the west. And that I advise them to go have a look that way, but it is their choice, you know. They can do their duty or they can't.
All right. Very good.
Okay. I mean, I don't know if you want me to write that out or anything.
No, that's fine.
Then the other infantry here, that's not under my command, is it?
No, it's not.
Anyways, I would like to go shout at them. Tell them to get bloody ready, to prepare to follow me. I'll just give them orders as if I could. In the strongest British accent I can muster. Hopefully they don't understand anything. They just see an angry man shouting at them.
All right.
I assume the troops in the west have started marching, but I would not know how long that takes, would I? Like, the message should have arrived by now, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. And then how fast do they march?
Usual pace, 4 squares on the road.
1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I assume they're taking the shortest path there is.
Yeah,
I don't have to.
probably.
Okay, and I've received no messages or anything?
No.
Okay. I would like to clarify my orders where I want to go. I would like to take position on this kind of peninsula. It's not really a peninsula, but it looks as if if the water level was higher, there would be a peninsula, the really narrow one, and block the coast road. Like from where
I see.
Luceur spawned, like to the south, and then a little bit to the east. This narrow. Okay, that's where I would want my troops to go.
Yep.
Yes, that's where I would like all the others from the east to go. Did I get messages from my troops to the east? To the west, sorry, you said that would arrive this turn if they sent anything.
Yeah, that would have, but there is none.
Nothing. Okay.
Nothing.
To clarify, only the one on the large beach is mine, right? The one in the south is not mine, right? That's militia?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. Well, then I would like... Those Martel towers are only really good against water targets, right?
Yeah.
I can't think of them as like a great fortified position.
Not really.
Okay, then
I mean,
I would
the
like
soldiers could probably hold out in there for some
but
time,
that doesn't
but yeah.
do anything.
No. Exactly.
Okay, I would like them to... Can I like send a few scouts somewhere, or do I only move the whole block?
If you want to send someone somewhere.
Okay, I mean, I would like the troops in the west to move northwards to, like, because the bells in St. Peter implied to me that there's danger there, so I don't want them to go there. So I want them to do a big northern hook through Saint-Quentin, and then Sommery, and then Soloran, and then to where I am.
Okay.
And I would like them to have a few men have a look at St. Peter, what's going on there. If there's enemy troops there, if they can see anything.
Yeah, alright.
I mean, this is going to take a while, but, you know, it should arrive at about the same time as the other troops. Then we have a concentration of force, yeah. Okay.
Very good, thank you.
And, oh, sorry. I do not have transport capacity for my troops on the, in the bay, do I?
By ship, you mean?
No?
Only
I could ask the two ships to pick them up.
Yeah, you could ask them, yes.
Would that take a long... can I gauge how long that would take? Like, do they have to do multiple trips, or...?
It depends on how many of your men you want to transport with them.
Let's see, well, I would like to clear Elizabeth Castle and move them to where I am going. And I would like to please ask the ships to do that. I will
so okay, I see what you want to do there. That would probably be easier to just bring them over by rowing boat.
Okay, so I do have rowing boats.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure, yeah, then let's do that.
Okay.
And Fort St. Aubin, I will keep a skeleton garrison there that they can't just swim over and take it. But I will also have most of the troops leave. If they don't see any enemy ships, I will shoot at them as soon as they leave. Like, you know, if there's enemy ships, they're to shoot at them, not to leave. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. British commander wants to give up the forts in the bay. If only the French would have known.
Looks like the British Commander Lassour's not realising that retreat is often a good option here as well. We shall see.
Yeah.
He's about to lose his supplies potentially. I've already moved Monty, by the way, so...
All right.
So I have a question, gentlemen. So, Pierre, or Arp, he wants to divide one of his blocks into two. I don't know how feasible is that.
I think he has one...
Is the big one?
Bigger one. Yeah, that would be feasible.
Okay, if not possible, he gave me orders in case that's not possible.
No, he can do that because they are lights. That's okay for me.
Okay, nice. Okay, thank you. So then I will erase.
Yes, Dave, I agree. They should coordinate a defensive position somewhere. Would be much better.
Okay.
Okay, let's increase the supplies taken from the ships by 1.
Do those all increase 1 per turn?
Sorry, what was that?
The little supply counter, do the numbers increase 1 per turn?
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
Up to probably no more canister, but 2 more shot and 2 more bullets.
Right.
How do we turn a block into marching column? So with the arrow?
Yeah, if you flip the block,
Yeah.
it should be a small C button there. Which block do you have there?
Okay, thank you.
Ah, there. Yeah, that's it.
Perfect.
Yeah, so he's just sitting there and waiting. Okay.
Yeah, I have a dispatch that I think I have to send somebody.
Yeah, I have some too. I need to send next turn.
Alrighty. Wow. So the tour wants to send this militia company that just came ready to turn sort of on a flanking mission around the French line to try to hit the commanders.
Yeah. Has he seen? Has he seen what's
lads on
going
horseback.
on?
He said that if there's any large collection of French behind them, then the militia company should just turn and try to hit this this force right here.
Well, let's make that happen. And we can actually, I mean, these guys, the garrison forces in the Martello Towers, would probably by now also at least have sent a company or whatever over here to support. So let's make the French a bit nervous. Like so. Grip the die. And Peter, these guys here, are they ordered to storm the village or anything, or just advancing?
No, it's just been ordered to extend the line.
Okay.
So no particularly aggressive action.
All right.
So, Jan, this light here on the... Are we talking about the guys around Le Sueur, no? So Pierre sent the guys on the right to attack, essentially.
Yes.
I move them here, we can move them a little bit on the front.
Where started the movement over here? Deployment, they can get a little bit further up. But they won't really contribute to the firefight here.
Okay, and the others, the ones on the beach, they're essentially sent to ambush those Le Sueur troops with the cannons.
Sounds good. They will do so. Okay, what do we have here? Level 3 experience is not the case. Too bad for the British. These guys actually do hit here. These guys just immediately run low on ammunition. That is an ammo and a hit. So these, they have enough. They are going. Question is, on which side is that? On the ammo side. Is there another hit on them? Yes, there is. Oh, ammo becomes a problem for the French now. So I would put these actually on the broken state for that. And they just out of the game for some time. Monsieur will probably want to get out of this. And we had the ambush position. And we allow them to ambush. And it's a big nothing.
Oh.
Okay.
Do these guys get to fire back? They were ordered to move in that direction.
And I would say no because of all the woods and stuff, so the lights probably.
Oh, the wood.
want
Okay, gotcha.
To lay an ambush there. Okay, so.
Who has Dumaresque?
That would be me.
Okay. Lesueur has sent him a message. Asking him if that's his men doing the shooting.
Yeah, if you have a dispatch
even though
there,
I told him, yeah.
If the players write a dispatch in their channel, then just copy that one over to the recipient,
Okay.
taking the delay into account for how long it takes to send it. Yeah? That's just easier than telling the other umpire that there is a message. I think these guys need to move.
Yeah, mobile connectivity isn't that great in the 18th century or early 19th century.
Has Sir not given any orders to these battalions in St. Helier?
He sent a dispatch to them. He's going to hear back from them next turn. He just asked, hey, what's going on over there? And then he's going to hear nothing.
All right. So it should be.
This is also one of his guys down here, which he hasn't asked about. But at what point do they take the initiative and start?
They will start moving next turn. They were sort of their assembly point was down here at Saint-Brelade, but as that was overrun by surprise, these are just some villages from the island here, just annoying the French now.
Is it okay if somebody erases the red lines so I can screenshot?
Oh, yeah, I can erase that.
Thank you.
We are good. Okay, so if that's all, we can proceed to 0715 and give reports to the players.
Right.
Or should we delete this little puff of smoke here?
No, not yet.
No. Is that just lingering musket smoke?
Yep. Right, 0715. Let me restart my timer here. That's that. And he had a ton of messages he wanted to send out. Oops. Packet. Okay.
I think it's some
Yeah.
hands away from the church, Lesueur. So, large collection of it. There we go. That's fine.
Now let me get an overview screenshot. Great. So that's alright, that's alright. These guys move a little bit further. Are you back again? Hello there, good sir.
Hello.
How do you feel? What's going on?
Well, I've just been organizing my regiments around their normal deployment zones, and basically been awaiting for the direction of the invasion of Jersey, and now we've finally got a dispatch as to where they might be coming from. So now that the placement of the enemy is certain, I can finally, what's the word? Or words. Move with haste to repel this invasion.
All right, sounds good. So what do you think about the overall scenario?
It's very interesting. You normally don't, at least in normal Kriegsspiel games, you don't really have any many garrison forces aren't represented in, they're not, because it's mostly all forces are already centralized,
Yes.
and it's not really like calling up the alarm and mobilizing troops. You don't really represent that often in games, so this is very interesting, and the wait has been excruciating, but finally coming to fruition.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking forward how this develops. Wish you best of the luck.
Also, just for me to understand, the ships in port, are they aground because of the beaches, or is this...
No, this is a tide that's underwater.
Okay. Oh, okay.
So the water
Strange.
line at high tide is basically this thin bluish line along the coast.
Okay, I see. All right.
All right, Peter, it's up to you.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, Lake, what's
I
your plan?
send a dispatch to the 2nd Regiment and tell them to mobilize at St. Mary.
Bah. Oh my god, where the fuck is he going?
Hello, hello.
Hello, Jean.
So, how's the overall situation? How are you guys feeling about what's going on here?
Oh, I'm just chasing around commanders of the team. Nothing. Collecting like Pokemons. Nothing bad. The usual.
Okay. But are you happy with how the landing went?
I mean, I was ready to fight tooth and nail for the port, and seeing myself spawn on the port, it's quite nice indeed. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, generally now that now that we have achieved the objective, my idea, talking to both Yushan and the generals, is to collect all of you people and try to have, because I don't want to waste men just fighting for an open field in the middle of Jersey.
Mhm.
So we're gonna try and have a fighting retreat back to the port
Mhm.
and hold it. Because unless if this fight goes decisively in our favor, with the possibility of removing any possible further resistance, the goal right now is to recollect ourselves and get back to the port and simply defend, possibly somewhere on the bridges north of it, and hold off the port.
Very interesting. Thank you. I'll leave you to your umpires.
Thank you.
All right. Interesting. I need to see if Ninja is back by now. There you are. Hello. So, you receive a message from St. Helier that the first of the eastern companies there are coming up behind you.
Or what? Sorry.
The companies from the east that you ordered to mobilize are in part reaching St. Helier. And you hear from the west now, from the direction of St. Peter, heavy musket fire and some light musket fire not far away from you.
Okay.
But,
I mean, I can see a small block. Can I assume that's from there? Is there smoke rising up?
you can? I guess you can.
On the screenshot, there's the edge
Yeah,
of
I
a
know.
red block.
Possibly so, yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I am gonna go into position. I am once again changing where I'm going.
Mm-hmm.
I am gonna go on the eastern side of this ravine that's coming up right now. So really just turning north immediately and going into position.
Okay.
And I am sending a message to those troops up front to fall back, that we have a defensive position here.
Mm-hmm.
If they, I don't know, if they think they're being pushed back, it's safe back here.
Okay.
And did I see what happened with the ships?
With the ships, nothing so far.
Okay, then I would like to send them another message that they are... I don't know how British naval stuff works at this point, but I assume we have something like a channel fleet.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely.
So I would like to have them notify the channel fleet, which seems like that would be the most important thing. Seems like I forgot about that.
Okay, that's a good idea.
Yes, it's very nice that they just stayed there for a turn.
Okay. Cool.
There wouldn't be like any system to alarm them other than just sending a ship, right?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
nothing
I don't know.
from my
Maybe
troops,
there are some sort of fireplaces here. I don't know.
I mean, I don't,
Yeah.
I don't know how far this is. You probably wouldn't see like a fire from England.
Yeah.
This
At
seems
least
too
not
far
during daylight.
Yeah. No, nothing from the east, right? From the west, right? From my troops there.
No, nothing.
Okay, so I assume they're either going or they're fighting something.
Mm-hmm.
I want to send them a message if they're currently fighting. They're just to support whatever's going on,
Mm-hmm.
I guess. And then
All right.
sheesh. Okay, yeah, and everyone else converge in my position here. Actually, I want to adjust my orders to forts in Albin. If they see troops or something in St. Albin itself, they're supposed to stay in their fort.
Mm-hmm.
And they're supposed to let me know.
Mm-hmm.
They're not supposed to just leave if there's troops there.
All right.
But the other fort, we're pretty much just clearing out, just locking the gate behind us. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, actually, Jan is here.
Yeah.
Okay, I see the troops. Okay, nice, because both troops are withdrawing from the fight. Then that answers my question.
Yeah, so, I mean, these troops are under command of Sur, but Don, as overall commander, has given... He doesn't know what's really going on there. He has given orders for them to fall back onto his position if they think they cannot hold this or are pushed back or whatever.
Nice, then.
So if these guys are falling back, I think they will just reform here at the position and try to hold it. And send back a message to him and tell him.
Okay, so then I guess my troops can withdraw willingly without
yes.
much problems. Nice. That would be 1, 2, 3, more like here. Yeah. Okay.
That's the company. That's the company.
What are the movement rules for supply wagons?
Movement for supply wagons is also 4 squares on roads.
These, for these valleys, would that be minus a square per turn?
Yeah. Okay, so do you guys think we still have combat here, or do the British just skedaddle out of it?
So what I did with the with the light brigade was to take the town essentially after discussing with Peter.
Mm-hmm.
He advised me, and then yeah, that's.
That sounds good. That will also help the French because they captured a supply wagon there. We will replace that by a blue one, and the French can now use it.
I'll move this broken force further north, if that's okay.
Yes, absolutely. And I would agree with Dave in the chat that these guys are now going as well. They've done their job here. And quite well against those numbers. So now it's up to the general. Did the general want to stay or does he move away? Has he given any orders? Who's the umpire for him? Who's that? No, that's Tunisgrad. He's still on the way. Okay. Alright, that will then allow some of these to resupply. Can remove some of the smoke.
Wow. It looks like the British units at St. Peter have completely melted away.
Yes, they thought against such numbers. They did quite a good job so far, but that's enough.
Okay.
So, has this player given any orders to move himself?
I think he actually wanted to move pretty much right there. Let me... double check. Yeah, about right there. He obviously wanted to get between those two units, but I would venture to guess that if they immediately retreated, he would also pull back a little bit.
Yeah, probably. Okay, so we don't have any combat here. I did roll for this one already.
What ended up happening over here? Did that unit just pull back? The French
Yes,
unit?
the lights pulled back, yes.
Okay. These guys are going to move forward. They were wanting to move up to St. Peter.
Yeah, but I would say delay them one turn. They had to sort of reorder or reorganize after this ended.
Gotcha, okay.
And they have actually, I don't know if, I mean, that's up to you if they want to take that into account. They have gotten a message from over here that if they were in a position unfeasible for them to fall back onto this defensive position there.
Okay, yeah, I think going on the road, they can...
I mean, it's up to you. Okay. I guess that's everything then. Or do we have anything else to do? Any questions? That is not the case. Then we continue to 0730. Please, when you give the screenshots, just also give the timestamp for the players.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
I will remove the drawn lines. And we can give screenshots and reports.
And you said 0730?
Yes.
Excellent.
Could he actually? Alright, here I am again. So the musket fire to the close west did cease, and the forces there fell back onto your position. Turned out to be the 3rd Company of the 4th Southern Regiment and their artillery battery.
So the ones that mobilized just north of me.
Yes. And you receive a message eventually from your forces in the west, from the 57th West Middlesex Battalion. They were occupying these Martello Towers in the beginning of the game. And they report that they marched to the sound of the guns to St. Peter and helped to delay French forces attacking St. Peter, and are now falling back with friendly forces to the north.
Very good, very good, very good.
That's basically everything for now.
There's still fire coming from that area or not?
Let me see. I think you're close enough. No, the fire has ceased.
That's great news. I would like to have my... how are you going to handle in-person meetings with the language barrier?
I mean, he's assumed to speak English, so...
Okay, oh, okay, Marshall's just refusing. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I would like my troops to continue, like, as more troops arrive, I would like them to continue, like, extending the line up this ravine. This ravine looks a few hundred meters wide, right? Realistically, you couldn't shoot across, but is this within range to shoot across in the...
Yes, absolutely. Like, if you have skirmishers there in the woods and all that, yeah.
No, my question is more, is the enemy going to have to go down and then back up, or can they shoot from the other side?
I don't think so. I think the woods are in between, so the only thing they really could do from the other side is skirmish.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, okay, I'm gonna send a few skirmishers along the ravine, I guess. And if these other troops that showed up seem willing to take orders, I want them to move like into the line just a little bit further north.
Okay.
So my hope is to have like a line going up to the height of Saint Laurent once my other troops show up.
Okay.
But like not at Saint Laurent, but to that, you know.
Yeah.
Right. And then I personally would like to go to Saint-Marie.
To Saint-Marie, yes, absolutely.
Yes. Because that seems where the action's going next. Now, I didn't get any orders like specific things to defend, right? It's more about the overall defense of the island. Like,
Yes.
there's no... Okay, I don't care if Saint Laurent is occupied for an hour.
No.
Okay. The ships, can I see anything happening?
Yeah, there seems to be some turmoil there in the harbor, but you don't really know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm pretty far away now, I guess.
Okay.
And can I see any rowing boats?
Yeah, there are rowing boats with soldiers from Elizabeth Castle.
Coming this way.
Yeah, bring the soldiers on the beach.
That's great. It's now 07, okay, it's still not low tide yet. Is the beach only walkable during like the lowest tide, or is it a range?
No, it's obviously a range. Yeah. Like where the greenish blue area then starts, that is.
Yeah. So we're actually keeping Fort. I completely forgot that there's gonna be walkable area. So we're keeping Fort St. Aubin Castle just occupied. It's just gonna stay occupied. Is it like somewhat defensible against the land? Just like at least a wall or something, or?
I believe so. Let's take a look at the.
Because on the map there's no.
Yeah, let's take a look at the tablet.
Oh, which one is it?
You can see. Yeah, it has walls.
Could you point me to which one it is?
If you go to Fort St. Aubin, then directly to the south. That's the one.
Oh, I see. Oh, cool. Oh, that's already the fort. Very good. Okay, so it's a real fort.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I was worried it's just a gun battery. Okay, so they can hold out there for quite a while if there's no artillery shooting at them, I assume.
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Hello, good sir. Ah, your umpire arrived.
Trying to take my job away.
No, it was just going to chat a bit. Go ahead.
Actually, let me ask you. He was saying that that on his module he saw a cannon, an artillery unit in St. Peter, but it wasn't there for ours.
Let me see. That seems to be the case. Yeah, why is that? Blue. That's weird.
I was trying to look for any stray artillery units, but there's one up here.
Yeah, there should have been one. Well, that's the friction of war.
Gotcha.
Colonel Pierre.
Hello.
How is it going?
Oh, it's going fine. How is you?
Awesome. I think Juan wants to give you a report or something.
Yeah, so I see everybody close to each other. So just to say that Pierre is close to Bonchance and all the other French, in case you want to move him to the chat.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Let's see what Marshall has to say.
On ahead. Like, officer in history could be looking at that and saying, oh, hey, that's what you should absolutely be doing right now. On the other hand, they could be looking at me and saying, don't you dare do that. That's your command. I don't know. Hang on here. I have to plug in my headset because it's low on power. Oh, and it's 7:30. 7:30 is the time. Okay, in game. All right, audio's working.
So you're contemplating to take forces away from somebody else?
No, I was thinking, do I send my cavalry ahead or do I keep my command intact?
Mm-hmm.
And I think from a Kriegsspiel perspective, from an IKS perspective, sending the cavalry ahead is a great choice.
Mm-hmm.
But from a real life perspective, would I do that in real life? I don't know that I would. You know, those units are attached to me for a reason, and it's expected that I have them and I command them.
Mm-hmm.
And if I send them ahead of me, I could lose them, and then what? You know, I get there with only a portion of what I'm supposed to have.
And
So
would it be
I'm
an option
probably not going to send them to the front. This is one of the bad habits we have in the IKS is we tend to push all our pieces to the middle of the map and do a big epic fight. And that's one of the things we have to stop doing because it's not historical. You know, and it really is at the player level. You know, the umpires can't control that behavior so much, but as players we can. We can say, well, this isn't really what I would do. Does it help you win the battle? Yes, but remember, in Kriegsspiel, winning the battle isn't necessarily winning the Kriegsspiel.
That's right.
And that's one of the things we have to get people to understand, because everybody wants to win the battle, but you could win the battle and lose the war. You can certainly win the battle and lose the exercise, which is the Kriegsspiel.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so yeah, it's great though. I love the tough decisions. You see how I navigated the political situation with the lieutenant governor. I don't know if I handled it to any satisfaction, nor do I have a reply from him.
Oh,
but I did make sure. What's that?
Maybe that's an answer already.
Yep, maybe. But I certainly did assert my superiority while saying, you know, today you get to be in charge, but let's just remember who's boss here. So, so there's that. So let me see what the YouTube on my end is saying. I told them that you're live streaming too.
Yeah, I think some have come over and watched. Oh,
good. Well, they can watch both.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can switch back and forth. You can have one in one tab, one in the other tab, and yeah, switch back and forth. I'm giving my own running commentary, my own narration.
Yep.
Which, you know, it's just me in this little corner with the dogs, but you know, I have the dogs and you don't, and well, that's everything.
Yeah. One quick question before I leave again. Wouldn't it be an option for you to ride ahead with your cavalry and then like have the infantry come up behind you?
Well, yeah, but then I am still splitting my command, and
Absolutely
now
true.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
that's the thing. I don't like players who split their commands.
Mm-hmm.
Now, in the K-22 system, I deal with this by saying you're either an infantry command or a cavalry command.
Yep.
This is one of the reasons why I don't allow a mixed command.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you command one or the other. Now, if you are in a high-ranking position like I am here, you may have both forces, but you're typically a reserve. And it's expected that you will farm out these reserves to whoever needs them. That's why you have the mixed command. But when you're at lower level command, you should either be one thing or the other,
Yes.
and you should not leave your command.
Yeah, good point.
So.
All right, thank you. Good luck, Marshall.
Thank you, Jan.
Yeah, and I realized I probably shouldn't have been saying that stuff in front of the player about the artillery being missing, like an umpire.
It's all right. Don't worry. It's okay. I mean, there can be endless reasons why they weren't able to pull them out of the shed.
Oh, did you just 1 second? Did you, Tunisgrad, just move some blocks in column, right?
Yes.
Okay, you took one of Pierre's, actually, the last one in the column?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, because I was looking.
Oh, sorry. This is. I guess they kind of got messed up and.
Yeah, so I'm gonna.
Oops.
Which I don't know if I guess. 1, 2. No, what?
Yeah, I moved these units from.
It's hit the L.
A line.
Yeah.
How do I ungroup these two? Trying to move the supply wagon because Bonchance wants it to go with himself to sit up. Thank you.
I moved these 2 battalions here, or companies from Le Syria. I remember from last turn there was an arrow here for them to move out. Please, yes. And to answer the question there, Dave, would they have the elevation? To shoot up here, probably not from this position. You're absolutely right. I'm just sort of assuming that they are continuing the fight here. That's a more fluent situation than actually is. We can simulate or represent it with blocks and stuff. So they are sort of shooting over here, cruising back and forth here in the bay as best as they can.
Is the governor forming up a force somewhere?
The governor is forming up over here at this position.
Okay.
He has himself moved to the north, though, to see what's going on, because he assumes that's the next place that will be under attack.
Gotcha. He's sort of fighting with Lesueur over some of Lesueur's men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's true.
So, Jan, according to your previous calculation, the cannons should be either now or in the next turn available from the Sanoban's ships.
Okay, I'll make them available now. Let's give them a battery section of 6-pounders, I would say. And where do they want to use those?
Against the fort.
Against the forts.
So the French plan seems to be to retreat, or not retreat, but to regroup at Saint-Aubin. And then what?
Are
they expecting a
I believe they're
counterattack?
trying to. Yeah, I think they're under the impression the enemy is like closer to them than they actually are.
Yeah, gotcha. I took a screenshot earlier. They're talking about how we got to fall back, pretty quick, or else the whole British Army is going to be on them. And I took a screenshot of the area, and there's just nothing. It's just totally empty.
Okay.
Are the cannon at St Albans actually firing at 70-45? 7:45, not 17.
They are firing onto the fortress, but it doesn't have that much of an
That's
effect.
like gunfire to the south then.
Yep. And also some musket fire over here, where the grenadiers had the battery previously, and artillery fire from the ships.
Should I be moving this Infantry PC.
Oh, that would be me, but you could have moved it. Yeah, that's alright.
Okay.
That's actually under overall command. Alright, so no more combats. Movement done. I remove the lines. And I think we are good to give the next report for 0745.
Okay, I have a question.
Yes.
So, how far would you say that you can start to see actually smoke from cannons? Just to see the guys in Saint Elie can see all through the beach that there are some cannons firing onto the port.
That's a good question. So you can.
I'm trying to see something in the guide, because that would be 10, 12.
No, probably not. I mean, they can hear them, of course, but seeing with the bare eye, not.
Okay.
Did you say that disruptions fall off once they're stationary and relaxing for a turn?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay then. I just received orders from. I guess, yeah. Anyway, that's too late. I'll tell him.
Oh, gentlemen.
Hello there. Just real quick for you, Nick. You arrived, and you can see that the first company of the 2nd Battalion of the 57th West Middlesex is arriving from the south as well as you get into town. Okay?
Yep.
Hey, Jan, can we say that they're still co-located? They're pretty close to each other.
I don't think he's. Oh, he is here.
What's that?
I don't know if they should all be. Maybe Pierre and Désir.
Oh yeah, I guess everyone but Monsi.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all right. Some screenshots for you. Of direction reports, yeah. I mean, and the ships for you in the chat, the ships should obviously also move much farther, right? Because we have a heavy wind blowing from the northwest. They are sort of a little bit protected by the island right now, but yeah, they are supposed to be sort of cruising back and forth here, which should allow the fort to actually open fire on them, yes. So let's introduce a little bit more chaos. Although the cutters, no, cutters won't hit there. Let's see, these dice are obviously not made for ships and stuff. That's nothing. And 2 hits at max range. Wow. Let's assume that is 1 hit on the guns. After all, they are in a pretty good fortress there.
Yeah, does the artillery move the same as the wagons?
Yes.
4 faces on road.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Cheers.
Mm-hmm. Oh. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and the players are doing that unthinkable thing of moving away from each other in the heat of battle.
What? Yeah. Yeah, very interesting.
Mm.
I mean, the French have the port, which is one of their main objectives, so let's see if the British get in to force them off the island, maybe. Well, these are probably...
Once a unit has routed, does it take a turn to then go to 1 disruption and then another to go to nothing?
Basically, yes, it changes to this day 2, the rally symbol. But you could,
Oh, okay.
I mean, there's no difference.
Gotcha.
Supply usually goes last, right, in the queue.
Depending on the orders, but yeah, probably yes.
Okay, I mean, behind the cannons, then I guess.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, well, put something waiting. Okay.
Do we want to go ahead and give Lesueur that missing artillery battery?
No, we just say it's gone. They
Gotcha.
didn't manage to get it out of wherever it was stored there, and that's it.
Gotcha.
These units, do they have any more orders? I remember there was an arrow for them to march up, and I moved them 1 turn, but not this turn.
Yeah, they were ordered to go to St. Peter,
Okay.
but I was going to reason that they encountered this force of the governor and sit there because those units are also with this unit.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I mean the question would be, would they listen to the governor or not? Let me briefly check the briefing. I think Sewer doesn't have any quarrel with the governor, has he? Okay. No, he is not. But he actually wants additional troops and support.
Ah, shit, this doesn't go this way.
They stay here then. Poor Marshall is having the marching simulator game today. Alright, that should be everything, or are we missing something?
Yeah, I think I'm going to combine these two half. So the troops that were separated.
Yes.
I think we can combine them again. They didn't shoot anything. So.
Have Desai's forces moved at all?
Yeah, they moved.
Okay. Well, we've got a little bit of a slowdown. Yeah, that's all right.
Oh, actually, no, they haven't. I didn't realize we moved the turnover. Are we at 8 o'clock yet?
No.
No.
Oh, then. No.
I've just done any unimportant, non-conflict movement. So.
Gotcha.
Okay, so then we are good. Remove the lines. Continue with 0800 and give reports to the players, please.
What is the name of the town that the governor and them are in right now up here?
That is St. Mary.
Okay.
So there were no results on the shooting against the fort.
No, not really.
Okay. Yeah.
Just one thing, Jan. It does seem like Desai's infantry in column along that road haven't actually moved, because I'm looking at the old screenshot and they're in the same spot.
If we're now at 8 o'clock, so now I'm moving.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, at 7:30 they hadn't moved. At 7:45 they're where they are now.
No worries.
Okay. Let's see. More artillery fire here.
Wait.
Now Desai's moved.
Okay. And these guys have just got another square out of this.
Have you already taken your orders? Big nothing again. Have you already taken orders from the players again? Question mark?
I've not.
Okay, so then they rewind that, go give the report, ask for orders, and then move them after taking orders.
He had given me a couple turns ago that he didn't want anything else until he got to that point, to the west of St. Aubin.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Sorry about that then.
I guess they had coordinated that in advance. His objective there is to get there, form a defensive line, or get prepared to form a defensive line, and then rest for a turn, so he can drop off those disruptions.
I really don't know what to do with these artillery dice and the ship fortress combat stuff, because the results don't make any sense. What if I adjust this? Doesn't really change. Lower it, even better. I don't know. I think that's nothing here on both ends.
Wouldn't it take hours and hours to do any significant damage to a thick-walled fort
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
artillery?
Yes.
So it's just gonna be inconclusive, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I have a block of red infantry and assigned on Saint-Hélier.
Yes, that's, I don't know why it doesn't have the markup actually. Probably because I changed the size. That does do anything? No. Maybe. Let me try that. If I change, these don't change their size. But if I take this one, well, this has a little bit more space here.
Still the same name.
Still the same. Then I screwed up over here. They are under command of Don, the overall commander, the governor. Because he ordered the men to evacuate Elizabeth Castle. But I've only allowed half of them to get out there now because they were attacked by the ships.
Okay, so from Don. Ooh, and these are Carteret British regulars. But they're supply anyway. They will probably copy and paste. Okay, this guy's going too fast.
Oh, what's the time again? Oh, 800. So that's about, that means these guys are probably not even able to get out of the pod anymore, are they? Let's take a look at the Naval Map. Does it tell us anything about it? I mean, that's the modern one here. Zero. What's the outline? Double check on this map. Okay. I guess it's too late for them. They cannot leave the port anymore.
I guess maybe if Carteret wants to. You mean for the ships?
Yeah, the overall commander. He wanted the ships to start moving, alert the Channel Fleet, and try to pull some of the French ships away. Well, that's not going to happen. Okay, I need to take his orders though. Lieutenant Governor, do you have any orders?
Yes, I will personally return to my troops.
Yes.
And I heard there's some potential cannon fire down there, so I want to know what's going on.
Yes, there is cannon fire to the direct south and to the southeast.
Fantastic news.
What about the 1st Company, 2nd Battalion of the
Is that the one that's here?
Yeah.
It is to stay here and be under command of Colonel Limaresque.
All right then.
To strengthen
Gilda Sewer, you got a second? First, I jumped down to 4.
He has not participated in our talks, so maybe he's not here.
Right, Bonchance has ordered his battery to head into St. Aubin and join the bombardment against the fort.
Okay. I mean, at this point in time, they could, if they wanted to, you can tell them next turn, start to move over by foot, the infantry that is, and try to attack the fort if they really wanted to. Don't know if they want to do that. But
No, will that be low tide then?
yeah, we are. So high tide was at 0500. We are at 0800 now. So that's about the half between high and low. So if they start moving now, they can reach the fort next turn. Yeah, very uneventful here, our little game.
My turns are being so fast.
I mean, I like the idea of this defensive position here and then see what's going on. Curious to see how that plays out if he now chooses to advance or whatever. With Marshall coming up on his flank.
And the guys in St. Mary, do you know what they're up to? Like the British on the northwest?
No, I don't know.
Like, wait!
You can just take the time and ask them real quick.
They're mustering, essentially. He's
Okay.
gathering his forces.
Yeah. Ah, yeah, right. He had another regiment in the east. Yep.
At this point, the French, so they have a town, Saint-Aubin, etc. So they have St. Peter, Saint-Aubin, etc. So the idea for them is because they have to capture, a few things. Is that kind of already, all those orders already fulfilled, or?
I mean, they have the port. It's not really much worse to them because it's still protected, of course, by 2 fortresses. I don't know why they are sitting there for now. Why they are not attacking St. Helier or whatever. I mean, that's
should
really
we
the
not maybe
key
tell
issue.
them? Should we not tell them that although they're holding the town, they're not actually holding the bay, which is maybe they think they may have secured their objective.
I believe they are under the impression that St. Aubin is all they need to do.
Okay, let's see. Then I will move over and talk to. Where's the overall commander? Yeah, they are all close together again. So next turn when we give the reports and they are all together again, we can tell them. All right. Do we have anything else for this turn? No, I didn't move these guys.
Those guys with the hit are still hit?
Oh, I forgot to mention, the Grenadiers in St. Aubin are busy scuttling the ships in the bay, in the port rather.
Mm-hmm.
How many turns will that take, do you reckon?
2 maybe.
Aye.
Okay, I got the supplies there. These guys are out of combat for quite some time, right? They can rally again. That's okay. Same for these. Okay, good. Let's continue. 0815. Take screenshots.
hold on 1 second. I've just got to move Montse. Do apologise.
No problem.
Well, there's blue marks around the St. Albert area.
So, Jan, to be sure, then what you said before is that the tide is so low that actually the ships in St. Helien, they cannot sail, right?
Yes.
Okay, I will tell that to Marshall then.
Okay, I'll move Montse.
Okay. Then screenshot and report time. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
So you have arrived back at your defensive position here. You can see that a few more troops have arrived. You also receive a messenger from the 62nd Wiltshire Regiment, which is occupying Elizabeth Castle. They have brought about half the men across now. The rest is remaining in the fortress and has engaged enemy ships with their cannon.
Oh, great news.
And you also receive another dispatch that by now, from the ships that is, in the harbor of St. Helier, that by now it is too late for them to leave the harbor.
I see. That's great news.
Yeah.
Okay. Have I... so the cannon shooting, is that still happening as well, or?
There is still a cannon fire, yes. From you can clearly identify that it's coming from Elizabeth Castle and from the direction of St. Alban.
Not Fort St. Alban.
You don't know.
Okay. If I ride to the southern edge of this gully, would I be able to see anything across the bay, or is it just like 5 tide?
That's a bit far away. You could, with a telescope, probably try to make
Which
out
I
something.
certainly have. No, I mean, I assume they're shooting the fort, because the fort is probably not shooting. Well, okay, the other fort is shooting as well, maybe they're both. I hope there's not another landing. Oof, that would... Well, I guess we will be in a good position to receive it. Could be worse.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I will send a message to the Lord Regent, or what his name is. But other than that, no orders. As have these troops with the militia formally recognized that they're now here, or are they still like trying to leave, saying I'm not their commander?
I mean, they have deployed here under your orders.
Okay. Well, I just don't want them to leave at some point if they get orders.
Actual commander, so.
I would like to inform that they're an important linchpin in my defense. That if they just leave, the island may fall. Okay. So I hope that makes them stay.
All right.
Okay, I will send them a message, but no new orders, I think.
Okay.
Sorry.
There was something else?
Sorry. Have all troops from the east arrived?
Let me see. Yes, it appears to be the case, yeah.
Okay, so the only one that's not here is that one unit that I left up there. And the 4 garrisons.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So slow.
So have you joined all the players together into one? No.
No, I told them. Okay, I have an issue with the other Discord that I have in terms of sending the pictures.
Okay.
I can describe the scene without it because unfortunately nothing is happening.
I can take the screenshot for you then.
Okay, thank you. Because it's really hot, so... So thanks. So I'm gonna be telling this to Marshall and then tell him that it will eventually arrive.
So who needs the screenshots?
It's a blue 2 and red 2. So the things are happening around Saint-Aubin with the artillery firing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the other town, essentially, where the column of Carteret of Marshall is. Thank you.
No problem.
Notice that the blocks have different colors around the edges, like green and white.
Mhm.
Does that doesn't denote commander, right? That's like a larger unit.
That is the regiment. So all green. Oh, so they are. That's interesting.
They're only going here.
Yeah, because I mean they have immediate orders from Mr. Governor to stay at this position here under his command.
Yeah,
Now,
I told
mean
Seward
that's up to you. What do you think?
I guess I figured that if there weren't any orders, they would follow the governor.
Mhm.
If there were orders from LeSueur, they would follow them.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah, okay.
Pierre should be with the others as well, right?
Of it.
That could be an issue, but we can't currently. Oh, we're gonna see. No, we planned to take only Saint-Aubin. We didn't plan exactly taking Hellier because, for my briefing told me that I was told to capture one major port or multiple minor ports. So
Okay, is St. Aubin a major port?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Yeah, it is definitely.
Okay.
And from what I see,
I mean, to a certain degree, we haven't actually captured it yet because we need to take the fort.
Yeah.
We need to take
we'll take the fort.
Yeah, once we take the fort, I guess we'll get more.
But ships still can. Ships are still able to sail into this bay. They will be out of range of all the cannons that are on the other side of the bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Apart from the two brigs that are apparently set in the port, which are an issue, but oh well. We can see about them. But currently, the objective is to just regroup here and see what's going on.
Which brigs are you talking about?
The two brigs that are in St. Helier port.
Oh, St. Helier, right, got you.
Yeah, HMS Terrible and Audacious.
Alright. So we got everybody now. Do you want to go ahead and talk about it?
Yeah, okay. So, Pierre, you'll set up your troops on the ridge that we agreed to. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Let me just get all of your there you go, your 3 battalions plus grenadier.
They basically can report that they have just sort of rode over from Elizabeth Castle and that the remaining forces there are engaged in a firefight with enemy ships to the south.
Okay, from the Elizabeth something, right?
Yeah, from the castle there.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so it appears that the French want to stay defensive. I mean, the briefing says they have to capture a major port or several minor natural ports, which, depending on the wind conditions, Brelat's Bay might be one of those. However, if they do not take Fort St. Aubin and Fort Elizabeth Castle, they won't be able to use this bay to use the harbor, right? So I don't know what they are thinking about that.
Okay, it seems like the guys reporting to Marshall forgot about the firefight in the fort, but that's okay. There's a gust of wind that blocks the sound.
Yeah.
Oh, so in this pew in the artillery fire, Monsieur Pierre, he wants to actually personally supervise the artillery firing and tell the men to shoot better and shoot higher and to tell them for Vive la France and all that.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't know if it's going to affect the dice roll, but he's wants to be there.
Pew pew. Okay, so and hit even if advantaged, and that's nothing here for our purposes, but let's assume some sort of splinters or whatever are flying over the heads of these guys. They are not used to being shot from the beach behind them.
So I guess we can describe the fort as starting to visibly breaking away or something like that?
No, I don't think so. I mean, if you take a look at the thing here, it appears to me to be sturdy rocks all around.
Okay.
So. Okay. I'll just quickly go chat with Lake what he thinks about the situation. Hello, hello.
Hey.
How is it going? What do you think of the situation?
The situation is... it is... at first, I thought it was going to be a bit more desperate than it is actually turning out to be. I thought after troops were starting to fall back to St. Mary, I was concerned for the time being. But then, now that I'm getting a handle on the situation and I've discussed things with the commander, the lieutenant governor, I feel more confident in our plans.
And these plans are?
If they attack me, I hold and they will flank them. If they attack at Saint Laurent, I will flank them.
And do you have any eyes or information on the enemy activities?
No, not yet. I'm just holding here and waiting because this is probably the best position to defend the northern section of the island while I wait for the rest of my troops, which are about to arrive.
Very good. Okay. Good luck with that.
Of course. Thank you.
Hello there, sir. Are you there? Ah, yes, but without the, I remember, without the microphone. So, I was just going to ask you, what do you think about the current situation, and how do you feel about that? What are your plans right now? could be going better. All right. Yeah, there was a tough fight at St. Peter, right? Regrouping at St. Laurent. Okay, yep. Do you have any information or eyes on the enemy? You know anything about their movements, their plans? Nothing. Okay. Very well. Hope your plan comes to fruition there. Yeah, possibly moving north from St. Peter. Maybe. All right. Well, good luck then. Hopefully you see the enemy soon again.
So the way it works normally is you can see about 4 squares clearly. See six squares, but without any real detail, potentially just like smoke rising. So this is about 6 or 7 squares. So you would imagine right at the very edges of their site, they can make out some kind of smoke. I think from a gaming point of view, it's maybe good for us to now give those players that have seen nothing something to see.
I mean, those squares of British horse, so the dragoons, they're in the low ground between the dip and the hill, so maybe they could be visible only just, whereas the rest are hidden by the crest of the hills.
No, that would only be the case if they were studying this area there with their telescopes. With the bare eye, you can only see 6 squares movement of some sort.
Okay, so good to happen the. So 6 as a rule of thumb, right?
Yes. It's under perfect conditions. Regarding the smoke, I agree with Peter there. Okay. So it seems the French want to stay there at St. Alban and maybe attack the fort.
Yeah, actually, the light troops are going to either charge into the fort or start building up defenses on the ridge. So they are really decided to sit.
That's interesting. Yeah. Okay. And all the players agree on that.
I tried to make Monty see that perhaps this wasn't going to be so useful. Just holding St. Alban. And he did try to state the case of that.
I believe Bonchance is intending for the bombardment to last an hour. That will finish on 9:15, and then he might send the Grenadiers across the bay to attack the fort.
Okay. Yeah, interesting. Well, then
is anybody attacking the fort? Not yet, right?
Not yet, no. Only artillery bombardment.
Is it too late to take orders?
If someone wants to give additional orders, you can.
It's just Bonchance has suddenly decided not to scuttle the ship.
Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? How far are we in the turn? I haven't stopped this one. If he has something real quick, then take that.
Okay, I will tell also Carteret that he can talk to the governor because they're basically together on the ridge.
Yeah, I can just immediately pull him over.
Von Chance has decided to stop scuttling the ship. The scuttling will have finished on 8:30, so that was like just in time.
Okay.
Where did this battalion come from? That was the one that was trapped way down there.
Yeah.
They
and
managed to.
they just went around along the beach here.
Oh, okay.
Okay, then it's 08:30. We can give reports again. Should I send one to Carteret again?
No. So I think this time my computer is responding.
All right, very good.
Thanks.
In Saint-Marie, and they're nowhere in between. So they're in the area of St. Peter-ish, south-ish.
Where's St. Peter?
To the exact west of here, a little north. There's a little town. Some units spawned there, if that helps.
Okay, I'm still looking.
If you go about 10 squares to the west and then 4 squares to the north.
Yeah, pretty much.
I see St. Lawrence.
No, okay, it's from St. Lawrence is to the left, about 7 squares.
Okay, so they're ashore then.
There has been fighting in St. Peter. Yes, they're ashore. There has been fighting in St. Peter.
Okay.
Our troops have fallen back to St. Mary and seem to be in good order. And we have established a defensive point here. I have ridden back and forth and have not seen anything on the way, so they're not in between us. So I assume they're still in St. Peter. And they're shooting at Fort St. Aubin, I believe.
Which is where? Oh, down south.
Yes.
From their ships are. So they probably landed at Suins Bay, and then they sent the ships around to St. Heliers to bombard.
We know they didn't land. I'm almost certain they landed in Sprelatz Bay in the south, because Suins Bay, I had units there that reported to me that there was no landing and that they moved inland when they heard fighting.
Okay, so do we know what their objective is?
Presumably, my thought is they're trying to take the island, but I don't know. I mean, I think
but
time is on our side. It's my opinion.
Right, they have to take a particular bit of the island, for example, St. Helier, to really say they control the island.
Exactly.
Otherwise, they're just here on a camping trip.
Yeah, as long as we hold like 2/3 of the island in St. Helier, I mean, we can hold out here indefinitely. And at some point,
now I only saw one garrison in St. Helier, and that wasn't even in the town. That was in a little fort out there. I almost think we might need to garrison St. Helier.
You mean if they're doing another landing?
Possibly. I don't know if they're doing another landing. They could be, though.
I think that is unlikely, but we can leave some. I mean, problem is, I think they're in St. Aubin fighting the fort, and they're gonna take that fort. And then my current defensive position will be exposed from the south. So that's where I think you should go, and you can combine that with being in St. Helier. But like as the water retreats, they can attack through there and just march into St. Helier if there's nothing there. Because as long as we hold the castle, they can't really do a landing close to St. Helier.
Yeah, okay, so basically, do you want me to defend St. Helier?
I want you to extend the line south of me as the water, because the water's going to retreat. And then they'll be able to take the fort, and when Fort St. Aubin is taken, they can just march along the water to St. Helier. So I really want you to hold between Fort Elizabeth and where we are currently. And then we might have to attack eventually. I mean, I don't know what happens.
Well, the onus of attack is on them. They're the attackers.
Yeah. But like I'm saying, if our disposition currently is that we have troops here, and we have troops at St. Mary. And the plan is if they get attacked in St. Mary, we attack them in the flank, and the other way around.
Okay, I see St. Peter, I see St. Lauren, and you
St. Mary
are
is north of St. Peter.
north of St. Peter.
It's another small city up there.
Okay, I see that. I see St. Mary. Okay.
That's where a lot of the militia is currently.
Okay, so what area do you want me to be responsible for? I now have my bearings.
Okay, so do you know where we currently are?
As I believe we are somewhere in the vicinity of, we're between St. Helier and...
Soloren, yeah.
You have a screenshot on your private channel, Marshall.
Okay, yeah, I see that. Okay, I see where I am. Yes.
So I have a line going along that gully. So I would like you to extend that line to the south. So really between here and using Elizabeth Castle as the other end of your line. Or as you see fit.
Okay,
Assuming they will attack.
I need to find... okay, Elizabeth Castle. Oh my gosh.
It's the one in the bay. I mean, you don't have
gully.
Continuing line, but they're supposed to not be able to walk through there, you know.
So from St. Elizabeth Castle all the way north to the mouth of the gully here, where we're at?
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I mean, you don't have to go to Elizabeth. You can make it shorter, the line, as you see fit.
I can manage it.
It's really your mission is to prevent a march from St. Alban to St. Helier, and to defend Elizabeth Castle.
Okay, thank you.
We do not want Elizabeth Castle to fall.
Right. Okay.
Now I have to sort out what's happening with this militia that's just marching off.
Yeah, well, hopefully they have a commander with them.
No, they don't.
Governor, I am counting on you to control these
they
troops.
just left. Yeah, that's why I need to talk to
I
them.
am not going to lose my island because you fail to control the men under your command, sir.
Of course, that's why I would argue I wouldn't have let them leave, Jan.
All right. All right. I'm going to look to my task at hand. I expect you and every man to do theirs. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you very much.
All right. I probably didn't have very good French there, folks, but there you go. So all of you watching the live stream, you got to see some role play there. As I flex a little bit there, but I have to flex because I am the Baron. I am the Lord of the Island. But I'm in a very awkward command situation.
Do you want to tell me the orders here in the chat with the General Sir George, or in the other chats?
I will. We're gonna hold in this particular position for the moment. We're gonna hold here. I need to see out across the bay to see what's going on. If I am unable to do that, I need to send scouts forward around the bay to report back. So if I have to, I can send a formation of dragoons forward to do that.
Okay. Sounds very good.
And then they can come back and report back. They are to go no further than St. Aubin.
I mean, we know they're at St. Aubin.
Yeah. I need some kind of assessment of strength and composition. I need more intel.
You want to send them fast, or not fast?
No, they don't have to rush.
Okay.
No, we're not gonna run around. I mean, for all I know, it's two guys with a gun. Or maybe it's their whole army. I don't know, but we're not gonna tire our men. We're just gonna send them forward, and they're gonna give a report back, and we're gonna know what they're doing before they get here, and then we're gonna be positioned in time to catch it.
That's a great idea.
Yep. So, alrighty.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys.
And Nick, you stay here in the position, or?
Yes, I would like to court-martial all these militiamen that are just leaving.
Do you want to run after them and try to stop them?
I mean, my assumption, yes, I will run after them, but my assumption was that I was literally there talking to them, and then they just picked up their stuff and left. This is, it's desertion.
Oh, boy.
It's treason.
All right. Okay. Role-playing is it's doing its work.
It's a funny situation they have going on.
Yeah.
Is this really what happened? Both sides playing so conservatively that
I mean,
They
the
don't want
British argue that they are the defenders, so they just
it's true.
sit there and protect Centralia. And the French think that having the harbor and potentially taking the fort is all they need to do. So, which
I've
from the
successfully
briefing
rattled.
is... Sorry, yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say I've successfully rattled Hamathus and Lake. So Hamathus is continuously asking the leader whether this is the right course of action, and every single time he's being rebutted. And Lake is now just thinking, no, this can't be right. I've got to get moving. So he's now actually advanced south.
Okay.
Now himself.
All right. And one, I've just moved them over here because, I mean, they can now just ride across the beach here at low tide.
Okay. I didn't know if they were gonna walk on the fields or on the sand.
Yeah, I think.
So here I have Pierre that he's really wanting to attack. He's not giving the order, but if somebody moves 3 paces towards the fort with the bayonet in hand, he will just say, "Oh!"
Why doesn't he want to give the order then?
I don't know.
He wants the bombardment to finish by 9 o'clock, then he's sending in both his grenadier units, 24th and the 96, in attacking column.
Okay.
Or column to attack or whatever.
He has 2 of the grenadier battalions there. Yeah, that's a strong force.
Okay, I moved Arp to meet the other commanders. He should... He's not leaving the chat, I don't know why.
These dragoons charging across the tidal sand.
They're just looking.
Yeah.
Oh.
Scouting.
So I imagine that they will, next turn, they will move back. But I don't know, actually. I mean, how close can they get? Because... I
mean, if the cannons wanted to shoot it, then they could.
Yeah, it's like a good limit.
Yeah. It's the question if the cannons would do that, because they have immediate orders to bombard the fort. So I guess for now not, but... I would assume light cavalry to sort of cover this whole area here with...
That's certainly close enough to be shot at by the one here on the ridge.
Yeah, that's right. They don't want to get too close here. Well, that's something I would say the British really missed out on scouting for the enemy.
I like how the 4E Grenadiers have just been forgotten about.
Yeah. Well, they are doing their duty and protecting these guns, right? Okay, is that everything for this turn?
I believe so.
I think so.
Yes, on my side.
What's the governor doing up here at St. Laurent?
Well, he is running after these men who he personally ordered to stay in this position.
Okay.
He's not happy with that movement. All right. Let's continue to 0845. And give some reports to the players.
Yep.
Is this here? So. Okay, just real quick. So you've reached St. Lawrence here, and yeah, the forces are deploying. That's about it. The cannon fire from Elizabeth Castle has ceased. But you still hear cannon fire from the direction of St. Alban.
Okay. Well, yeah. I think we'll have to talk first.
Yeah, sure.
But my troops are just gonna stay there most likely.
Very good. Hello, I see you're willing to take the initiative now.
Well, now that my forces are all amassed, I figured might as well.
Yeah, interesting. So it looks like that the British overall plan still is a defensive one, though?
Yes, it is. I'm just trying to get a good idea of what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't think haven't seen too much action on my front, so I'm thinking the main effort is to the south.
Right. Yeah, scouting is a bit of an issue in this game, I feel.
It is. You only have that. There's not much cavalry to send out. That's the mobile force. That's expert at scouting.
Mm-hmm.
You'd really need to go out in person to scout, and that just leaves you too vulnerable and can ruin the chain of command.
That's true. Peter, go ahead.
Okay, right. So, your second regiment is moving down the east of this little creek area, and your first regiment is moving on the west of that area. And you can make out the final element of your second regiment coming along the road there towards St. Mary's. So.
All right, they can be held in St. Mary as reserve.
Okay. Beyond that, you can still hear cannon fire to your deep south.
Mm-hmm. The plan is still the same. Keep marching south. I will ride southwest just to get a good idea of what's going on into the direction of St. Peter and St. Ouen. St. Ouen, or however you pronounce it.
Oh, St. Alban.
Alban,
so,
yeah.
So that would be directly south, but you want to go southwest. Is that?
Yes,
here,
yeah,
right?
slightly, yeah. So, yes, south, southwest, just to see what's going on, personally.
Traveling in that kind of a more flattened area, essentially. Yeah. Okay.
It's still in command of troops, but just scouting out ahead.
Okay. Sure thing.
All right.
Hello there, General.
Hey,
How's it going? Ah, Peter.
it's going good.
Go ahead, Peter. Sorry.
Hey, Marcus.
Hey.
Okay, so your guys have kind of cobbled together some stuff to kind of make some kind of rudimentary barricades, and they're kind of in the process of working out how to put that all together for you.
All right. Yeah, we're just still going to hold here for right now.
Okay. How useful it's actually going to be, you don't know, but with these guys, there's only a few carpenters within your ranks. Basically.
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay.
Do you have any information? No side of anything, though?
Oh, right, yeah. Beyond that, you do actually have a bit more information. So you've noticed the artillery has changed direction. No longer firing at the fort; it's actually firing up the beach. And you look across the beach, and you can make out in the distance some cavalry from your. Yeah, just at the very edge of your. Sorry.
Can't tell how much cavalry.
You can't. You could just make out horses, but you really don't know exactly how much. You can't even tell if the artillery is doing any damage, significant damage on it. So.
Okay. All right.
You just saw horses with men on top. Obviously, this is. All right. Yeah, you're holding that position, so I think that's it. There's nothing else.
Yeah, hold for
going
now.
on. Okay.
So, what do you think about the general situation here?
I think it's good right now. We were going to take that fort. We're about the Grenadiers in St. Alban. We're about to take it, but I think they're holding now because of the cavalry that's coming across. But I don't know. I know that whenever I go back, I'll get more information from them. But I think right now the plan is to just engage the cavalry, see what's coming from the British, and then take the fort still. And then I think that's the assumption that we have control over the bay is what the general had said. Bonchance had said that should have enough control over the bay with that fort.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
Right. Because there are still some heavy guns on Elizabeth Castle, of course.
Yeah. Is Elizabeth Castle close enough to control the bay?
Definitely, yes. It almost reaches over. Not quite to Fort St. Alban, but almost.
Okay. All right. Yeah, there's some confusion, I think, about how much exactly that it controls or not, but I'll relay that to them, I guess.
All right, very good. Yeah, interesting to see how this plays out.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think some of the French are at least starting to realize that Elizabeth Castle can still sort of control the whole bay. Even if they take the fort. St. Alban. All right. Anything left to do? We're waiting for Tunisgrad.
So Marshall is pretty angry that the dragoons are on the shore.
He's angry that they weren't on the shore.
So that they are on the on the sand. So essentially they're going to move to dry ground.
Okay.
Drier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking about if we should fast forward a few turns, but I don't think the British team has come up with any considerable plan to start moving. Besides
no, what Carteret, so Marshall is waiting for is actually getting reports from the horses, and then I guess he will decide on forming that defensive line. I'm guessing.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what happens. We are now playing for 3 hours. Okay, that's still alright. Can go another one.
That's a good time to do 0900, or we still got other things?
We are waiting for Tunisgrad, I think. Yeah, he's still taking orders from Sueur, because he only gives written orders. It might take a little bit longer.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Hello. I will abandon my position. While the militia is taking it over.
Okay.
And move 1 gully over to the east. Into a reserve position.
To the east. So all the forces under your command move east, right?
Well, except the one that I have left in the north, of course.
Yeah, sure.
Like I left one in the same area.
Okay, and you move over to them as well.
I would like to follow Marshall's scouts that he sent and just also have a look myself. I'll use my what do you call it? My glasses to look at them.
Yeah, telescope stuff.
Yeah, my telescope, sure. I don't want to get in range or anything, of course.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's stretching the time frame too much, but I guess those the dragoons would retreat under fire, given that their task was to scout.
Yeah, exactly. I think they were over here somewhere.
Okay. They retreated as one take each shot from camp.
Okay.
Yeah, they were pushed back already.
Okay, yeah. Nice.
But it's fair enough that they are able to send a rider over to Carteret and report what's going on. Yeah, it appears that the English over here, at least the Lieutenant Governor and Sueur are preparing a more defensive position, with Sueur taking over this line and the Governor falling back to the east. If that manifests and Lake and Marshall do not decide to attack, then I think we resolve the attack on the 4 and then we call it. Thinking about giving reports already, but I think those guys haven't moved yet, have they? Let's see.
What is the command that is still going around?
This one here.
This one, okay. Well, we can actually give them the French.
Yeah, but I don't want to get into the situation that we are sort of constantly having one lacking behind.
What would Napoleon say right now if he if he found out the conclusion to this battle was that the French arrived on the beach and then just took the first port that they came to and then held there? Would he be happy?
I don't think so. Especially as now as we're getting to complete low tide, and the French are. I mean, they have gathered some supplies, but they will run out at some point. So, what are they going to do?
Be feasible for the French to load a couple of the battalions on a ship and sail to the other side of the island at this point? Or would that take hours?
The tide's out.
That would take a little bit.
Okay.
So, let's say 1 hour to move down here to get onto the ship, then sail over 1 hour, 1.5. So that's
Okay.
2.5, then land another, that's 3 hours.
No one's asking that. I was just wondering.
I was wondering as well why they didn't even try that. Or why they didn't sort of advance the situation that when they had overrun St. Peter, why didn't they just continue to push north and east? They could have bombarded Fort St. Aubin at the same time, no problem.
Because Bonchance believes he's already completed his objective.
Yeah, I mean, by his personal goal, he's also a sort of defensive character, but the others are not. That's why I'm wondering why they aren't just going into it.
I have been poking Hammerthus to be a bit more. Napoleon won't be happy.
Yeah.
But he's sticking to overall command orders.
Well, I told you the Light Brigade, they don't want to break orders, but they don't want to follow them also. So they're just waiting.
Everybody's just waiting. All right, then we are good to continue to 0900.
Okay.
Hello there, sir. As you ride down on the beach, you can see that the dragoons are under artillery fire from St. Aubin and are being pushed back.
That's great.
Yeah, and you can, through your telescope, you can see that there are some French forces along the shore of St. Aubin, some on the beaches there.
Okay.
And,
can I see anything to the... Oh, hang on, my game is frozen. Okay. Up the coast on the hills, can I see anything? To the northwest?
To the northwest.
Well, I assume I would see the hill crests up there.
There's nothing you would see, no.
Okay, so nothing there. What are they doing? Do you think they've won? I'm a bit confused why nothing's happening.
Maybe, who knows?
I mean, I can't tell what my... one of those is my units, right? That I can see? I guess they're doing their thing.
Yes, that is one of the...
One of the regulars.
Yeah. Those guys who have left Elizabeth Castle before they started the fighting there.
I see. Is it possible to march to Fort St. Aubin while staying in cover of the fort? Because I looked at some pictures and it seems like it might be.
So the Fort Elizabeth Castle can...
No, to Fort St. Aubin. Like, I don't want to get shot by the artillery, right? Obviously.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Because like the fort is high, right?
Yeah. I see.
So if I march along the edge, if they didn't move, they could...
Potentially, to some degree, maybe.
I mean, they'll see me, of course. They could move their artillery, but that would take time.
Yeah.
Because, I mean...
Think you can
maybe
try?
I mean, currently they don't control anything. They control St. Aubin.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't even control the fort. But maybe once they control the fort, I don't know. I don't think they control even the bay then, because we still have the other fort.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yep.
But maybe we should defend the fort. Because either we defend it or we abandon it. I don't see a point just standing there. Right? I mean, is the water currently gone? Is there no water?
Let me check again. I don't think...
Because I was in the water, right? Or was I just on the beach?
You were on the
because
beach.
The cavalry looks to be in the water.
I mean, we are running close to low tide. 1100 is complete low tide. So...
Can I give conditional orders to those units?
Sure.
Hold the fort as long as you can. If it gets assaulted, run away.
Okay.
I looked as well. I found a picture where you can see the fort from the water, from the land. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look that defensive from that. Hang on. I don't know if this works. If I just send you this. But it looks okay, but it doesn't look like... it can take a few hours of bombardment, I think, but the walls aren't super high.
Yeah,
but it looks like you can kind of just climb up.
If you have some sort of letters or whatever.
Yeah, or even just, I don't know. I don't know how I don't think forts are very common in these rules, so I don't know how you're handling forts. But, to me, it looks like that fort could take a few hours of artillery bombardment before anything
absolutely,
happens.
Yes.
So, I'm just concerned that they're suppressed, I suppose. They're not in the best condition of shooting back right now. That makes sense. But, yeah, stay there. Mm-hmm. If they get assaulted in force and they think they lose, run away. Don't fight to the last man.
Mm-hmm. Do you yourself want to move somewhere?
Can I see into the harbor? I assume if I can see those small infantry units, I could be able to make out masts if they're still there.
Yep, they are there.
They're there. That's great news. The Navy, once again. Can't even get out of St. Helier. Can't even scuttle their own ships, SMH. No, yeah, no new orders, really. I suppose I'm gonna march northwest, a little bit to have a closer look at those ridges, if I can see anything more. Okay. Obviously, I run away as soon as I see anything.
Yep, sure.
Is it a fair assumption that at the time it would be very difficult to do an amphibious landing with horses?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so my assumption is that they have very few horses, if any. They have some for the artillery, I assume. But I'm not expecting a huge cavalry charge. That's going to surprise me.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh, also...
Yes?
How is this the second time? I'm going to be having dinner soon, so I'll only do the text the next one.
Okay, sure, no problem.
Okay, but I don't think much will happen, so...
Mm-hmm.
Okay, bye-bye.
Supply block, which is somehow here.
Marshall,
and then
have you received the report already?
Let me see. I received a report that my cavalry were on the sand. They were getting shot at, and I ordered them to pull back. So yeah, I got a report about 4 or 5 minutes ago.
Okay. What do you think about that?
Well, I think it's ridiculous that the cavalry went out on the sand. I mean, we actually had a huge laugh about it. I even made a meme about it. I'm like, that's just, I just giggled. I just thought that was the funniest thing. I kind of thought folks would know better, but
Why
all
is
right.
that? Why is that?
You don't march horses on muddy terrain in the open. I mean, granted, the cannonballs shouldn't bounce, but it's just not something you do. Their feet aren't that big. They'll sink into the mud.
I don't know if that's actually the conditions that you would find there. That's still wet sand. That's pretty hard stuff.
Well, I did not want them out there in the open like that. I just assumed they would take the dry, go on the road. But they didn't. They went straight out there. All right. In any case, it's just fine. It's a good time. It's interesting. I'm happy with my defensive assignment. I think it's an important assignment in case they somehow try to
don't want to
flank around. What's that?
You don't want to change that? And take the initiative at some point?
Someone's got to defend and hold St. Helier. I don't think that's a bad assignment. And if the French were to somehow come around or attack across, worst case, I serve as a reserve for the main line. The only other assignment bigger than this would be the far northern flank, which would probably counterattack against the French when the French come out. But they have to attack. They have to do something. But we can't let them just walk across this magic sand here. That's hard as concrete, apparently, and into St. Helier.
All right.
So, so is this meant to be a horrible assignment for me or something?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. My lieutenant governor here doesn't seem to have very good control of the troops. So I'll be writing a letter back to the House of Lords about this.
Mm-hmm.
We need to rectify this situation. I should just simply be in command.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Yeah, this is almost frankly insulting. But now today, the day of battle, is not the time to thrash this out. Right now, our common enemy is the French. I'll deal with the lieutenant governor later.
Okay. All right, Marshall. Sounds good.
Thanks, Jan. Okay.
All right. So, an assault on the fort. 50 best voltigeurs. That's very interesting. So the fort is actually, even from the coast side, pretty well defensible ground. So can we switch this perspective? Yeah. If you take a look at this tablet down here, you can see the back of the fort. So you can obviously walk up there to the wall. If you take a look here at these walls, they are massive. So that will be a hard task to actually storm the fort. Anyways, let's get some dice. And maybe... what do we have here? Grenadiers, and you wanted to take some... We ignore those voltigeurs. And those guys fight back. Do we see a miracle? That's nothing. That is... advantage hit. They would actually hit those guys. That's nothing. So we say they take another disruption, but as they are in the fort, they stay there for now. So another assault is needed next turn to actually take the fort. What else do we have? I think that's all the combat we have, right? Artillery seized. Okay. Movements are implemented as well. Anything left? Doesn't seem to be the case. Then we continue to 9:15.
Okay.
Now we'll just delete the text here for the screenshot. Oops. So he left for now. That's why he's only on his phone. So that's why I'm giving him a written report this turn. As you move west, you spectate a massed French assault column.
Just wondering, that mist we had earlier in the morning, has it dissipated yet?
Yes, absolutely.
Alright, so are the conditions dry enough to produce dust clouds from columns and marching troops?
No, I won't say so.
No.
I think it has to be pretty dry to actually produce dust clouds. Okay, is everybody all right? Reports are going out, I hope.
I believe so.
Yep, I'm about to send the...
Perfect.
Hey, Juan, can you move your hand just a little bit?
Yeah, 1 second. Have a...
No problem.
Yes.
There we go. Again, not something I thought I'd have to tell somebody online. Hand is in the way.
Again, there's not too much more timber to be placed in these barricades to make it any more significant than what it already is. So you guys are just there, fairly vigilant, but it has been some time now, so that's that. But they are slightly distracted, but also they've got to hold their position, but you're free to move around. So you've actually seen the assault go in against the Fort St. Albin. And that's
what's that? I hear you.
Fort St. Alban. You've seen Pierre and his grenadiers assault the fort. Currently, still an ongoing battle there. You can well imagine it's going to be a tough fight, but if anybody's going to be able to do it, it's Pierre and his grenadiers.
Yeah. Pierre, do you, on chance you think I should start going in column and moving over to the other side of the bay, or what do you think we should do? Just keep waiting here?
Yeah, the issue is I was planning to keep the grenadiers in the port, keep them safe. To keep the port safe, we can't just leave it empty. Thing is, with Pierre just going on his own, that leaves us with one commander less. That gives us an option. We could possibly take a portion of his light infantry, station them in the port, take the rest of his light infantry, and take it with us across the bay. I think that's the only sensible thing to do right now. And you two, I'm glad we're gonna listen. What do you want to say about that?
You saying going across the bay, like the actual sand part of it?
Yeah, that's dry sand by now. So yeah.
So go across the bay with Pierre's guys, and then.
Thing is, because like Pierre was supposed to stay with us. I specifically told him not to get involved in an assault, but I guess Pierre's Pierre, can't do much about him. So what I'm thinking, we're gonna leave. Hold on. We're gonna leave 2 of his light infantry in the port to protect it. Actually, we're gonna leave all of his light infantry in the. Yeah, we're gonna take a portion of his light infantry. Question, umpires. The 4th Grenadiers, they haven't assaulted. No, okay. In that case, we're gonna leave the 4th Grenadiers with some of Pierre's troops to guard the port, and we're gonna have to go across the bay because we don't have much time. We have to go over the top, if you will.
Okay.
I think that's the only option.
Okay, no problem. So,
hello. Same as before, my computer just stops. Gets very, very hot, so it stops.
Yeah, I see. Okay.
It's a hammer thing. So yeah, I mean it's not important for blue because Pierre is already attacking. So I told him he gets the tunnel vision that he just. He's literally leading the charge. So.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, actually, I'm out of. And then for Châteret, I'm going to describe him now.
Okay, I sent a screenshot.
Nice, thank you.
So it appears that the French have eventually decided to actually cross the bay and move to St. Helier, which by now puts them in the worst spot they could be in if they actually start moving over here. I mean, by now all these regiments have closed in. Here's a massed force of the British. They can just pin them here, attack them here, pin them there, and these guys can just move in behind them. They've sat there far too long around St. Alban and believe that would give them or bring them some Légion d'honneurs. I don't know what they had in mind there. Will be an interesting discussion afterwards if they think the briefing was too specifically saying that they just need a port under which circumstances ever that might be, but I mean that's probably what they believed, right? We have that port. Can we use it? I don't know, but we have the port.
So while I get back into the game, can somebody do one movement for me, please?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so thank you. Where Marshall is, where Châtelet is, so the first dragoon basically gets back into line. So the ones that detach and receive artillery fire. And then the other one, he's gonna send them scouting to the south of the island. He literally said it's probably gonna be a 1 hour long walk. So he wants to go beyond the city following the south to see what's going on. If I guess if he's looking for landings, I'm assuming, but he wants to send them for a long walk.
That is to the southeast, or?
So at least for this turn, is basically following the beach line.
In which direction, though?
In the southeast, we can say. Crossing the city, essentially. I don't know if...
So... Are they trying to move south of Fort Regent? Is that the point, or are they moving through?
So the point is he wants to know what's going on the south east of the island, if I understood correctly. So the idea would be to move them, basically cross along the beach, along the city. I don't know if southeast. At this turn at least is southeast.
No.
Then we'll see.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. Should be back in a few minutes. Thank you very much.
So we need another assault. Oh, that's interesting. So these grenadiers are actually routed.
Wow.
Which is not too unrealistic, I would say. However, they still managed to destroy this unit or overrun it or whatever. So these guys are captured. I think we have actually a state for that. Yep, captured. And this unit routing also means this unit gets disrupted. I guess the only point where you can get up is the city again.
Does Pierre, could he die or get some injured due to the...
Yeah, he could. I don't know. Did he want to lead the charge?
Yeah, he was first on.
Oh, I see. Yeah, then he probably even gets pulled away with these routing men, but we can see, let's say on a fighting against a fort, on a 1 or 2 he is wounded or whatever. No. It's just a scratch wound there.
Nice.
Okay, Bonchance has realised the 4 E Grenadiers are missing.
Yeah.
He sent a courier to look for them, and to join up in St. Aubin, but he hasn't specified a direction which he wants it to send him. So we're calculating.
Yeah, I don't know. They haven't left their initial spot, so just say that they receive the order next turn. Okay, the artillery doesn't really have any new targets. And these guys are moving up, are they?
Yeah, they're scouting there and then returning the next turn.
Okay, so that will then probably push him up here because he wanted to scout this area as well.
So Bonchance is still in the command from Pierre, no?
Yeah, Monche is moving to the north of St. Aubin. So,
okay.
Shall I begin that move?
Yes, please. All right. Interesting development. There might be a flank attack by these guys. Good. Then let's continue.
Just one thing, Jan. The Marcus, he's moved into this little village. He wanted to just scout basically forward, so I'm still presuming they can't see him necessarily, or would they, at that proximity, would they be able to see his staff, him and his staff?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
He can probably see that movement, but they won't see him.
Yeah. And the British forces, would the French be able to see them as well? We're at 3 squares now, so...
Yeah. I mean, they are still in sort of some wooded area.
They're defending the orchard, so perhaps they're not as visible as...
No.
Okay.
Okay, and do we have some move here for this turn still, the yellow one?
I believe so. Okay. I believe they're going on 9:15, I think I saw.
Yeah, right, sorry, I just accidentally deleted that. They step off at 9:15 to scout towards that area. That is the 4th of the 16th, the smaller block, and the 4th of the 27th, the smaller block as well. The larger middle block of the 4th of the 16th is staying put. But they are returning after spending a turn on the beach.
Okay, I see. All right, good.
John, one thing you can do is, with regards to your lines, you can actually make them more opaque, so you can see the stuff underneath them.
Oh yeah, how do I make them thinner as well? Because they're quite compassing.
So you've got your plus and minuses on your number pad along the top, but you should be able to make it thicker or thinner from there. And then if you go to the draw function and you've got the colour button, if you click on that, there's a couple of sliders, and the one on the right is the one that makes it more opaque, more or less opaque.
Right. You said the plus and minus button.
Yeah.
To reduce the width.
Yeah, you should actually see it without actually using it. You should see it enlarge and decrease.
No, I'm probably getting this wrong. It's not working for me.
Maybe it's not working.
I use to the right of the 0. So.
Yeah, it's not not on the number block, but the other ones.
Ah, yeah, that one, yeah. I was using a numpad.
All right, good. Then we can continue to 9:30.
Okay.
Yeah, just so you know, I think I'm going to give Pierre really almost no information in this turn because he's running away from the attack. So
good point.
He won't even know that the fort has been taken.
All right, maybe we see another combat here eventually. So yeah, I don't know why the French didn't push on. Really, I think they stick too close to the briefing objectives, because not realizing what it actually would include to achieve. And the British don't really understand why they are not like really trying to get a better impression of where the enemy is, and if the enemy can be beaten, just sitting there and waiting for what? For the Channel Fleet to arrive? What are they trying to do there? Yeah, that's right. France cannot win anymore. I think they just by sitting there for a number of hours has just stolen them the initiative. They've just thrown it away. The surprise landing was so important for them, and they should have just used the initiative and the momentum and push on. I mean, all the British forces were dispersed across the island, and first had to assemble the troops, then had to march to concentrate. They could have been beaten one after another on their own. That's what Napoleon would have done. But yeah. So I just want to see now, do the British attack this flank or not? And if they do, we get another round of combat in, and then that's it, probably. Makes no sense to play this waiting game any longer. But that might be something for me to consider next time with the briefing, to be more... I don't know. Maybe not as specific, or maybe more specific, add more conditions to what one might think controlling a port means. Or it's just the players, I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious to hear what they are thinking in the debriefing. After all, Kriegsspiel is for a learning experience for all of us, for the umpires as well. So let's see. Does Don have any new orders? Not so far. Maybe he is chatting with Dumaresque. Lake. Yeah, I'm a bit sorry for them, for Lake and for Marshall. They just had the marching waiting game today. Which I didn't expect to happen. All right. So what did he say about about the assault?
He's a little bit taken back. But knowing that he's perfectly fine, he'll try to tell the Grenadiers to man up or something that men in that century said.
Okay.
So I don't know if that changes, if that allows them to rally faster or something.
Yeah, we can say that. After all, they are Grenadiers. So.
Okay, and then he wants to send a dispatch, but I think I'm gonna wait one turn because he doesn't really know where he is.
Yep, sounds good.
We're oriented, just oriented down in a line still, just like it is pretty much, but facing it to the east, right to the east of St. Aubin. So just move southeast, right at St. Aubin.
Okay. No problem.
And John, I'm gonna have one artillery section, and our supply wagon, the one we brought. I want them to form at the current Monsie's position, because Monsie is gonna leave that position. Okay.
At the current position, Monsie's at.
Yes. I additionally want all prisoner officers to be brought from the fort for questioning, and Desai. I want you to form where Desai. I want you to form where Monsie is.
Those are my current orders.
Good. Okay. Wonderful. And I'm gonna get Pierre over here. Additionally, John, once those scouts are finished, I want you to come back and report what they've seen. Okay.
You said you only wanted them to stay there one turn. Or just until contact.
Actually, leave one of the scouts in, where they were at the final position, and have one of the scouts come back and report. Shan't come to my HQ. Okay, I'm getting Pierre, and as soon as he is here, we're gonna plan an assault. The other fort.
Something like that, and that's where you think he is, unless he's sent a courier to you. You don't know if he's moving onto the sand.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're essentially just trying to stay off of the sand along the shoreline then.
Mm-hmm.
So we can form up in. I'm trying to get in my.
Like if you want to give orders to just have your command follow Monty, you can do that.
Is he, as far as I would know, is he staying off the beach?
You can send out couriers to go find him, and then like he's not.
Right.
Hello.
Hey, on. And I'm not going to eat this pizza, am I?
I was just wondering what's going on here.
We're having pizza. Want to join us?
Yeah, maybe later.
Not much.
Enjoy it.
You know, I'm just kind of sitting here in this reserve position. I've sent scouts south of St. Helier to just have a look, just to see what's that way. I don't think there's anything there, but we just want to have a look.
Yep.
I just popped in to make sure that he stops snoring on the live stream.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, there's not much going on, and that's okay. They also serve who stand and wait.
Well, we see what happens over the next few turns.
And good luck.
Yeah, to you as well.
Dan's back, essentially.
Okay.
I haven't moved him yet.
Okay. I'm going to keep. Well, let me know when it's decided.
That's fine. Yeah. So Jan.
Mm-hmm.
Getting his name, having a brain freeze here, but Monse, he wants to move onto the beach.
Yeah.
And Desai is going to move in support.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, the British forces in the north are going to be advancing.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any possibility that the French forces will be aware of those British forces advancing as they begin their move? Or would they just make their move?
I would say these...
Desai is further back here now.
Okay. So they reach basically this position.
Desai has orders to follow Monty wherever he's going.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to figure out where that is.
I mean, these guys are start moving anyway.
Yeah, so they might not actually ever be aware that those British forces are there until...
Probably not, no.
Okay.
Okay.
So then let's see, these guys move to here, where these guys move 1.
And then they would actually see the British
they'd
forces
move
moving up.
here-ish.
They would try to go down there, and then they see each other here. Sort of, maybe. I mean, there are woods and
But these
stuff.
guys haven't moved yet, so yeah, these guys would be going...
I just moved them, sorry.
Oh, you have moved them? Oh,
Yeah,
good.
just to see how far they would go and what they could see from there.
Oh yeah, of course.
No, I don't think, I mean, I leave the call up to you. They are now 600...
Yeah, I would say probably his men would react to seeing those forces, so they would probably start to line up.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's had him on, like, pretty high alert for that sort of stuff, so... Okay.
So Monty wouldn't be aware of that, but Desai would.
No. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay, sounds very good.
These are cannons trying to move forwards. So they wouldn't.
Okay.
They're probably unlimber again, or limber even.
So I'm basically now interested in seeing how Marshall reacts to these guys coming up the beach. Otherwise, I think, we can, depending on the orders, have 1 or 2 rounds of combat here, but then we probably should call it back. Alright, I think that's everything moved.
At this moment, they see the French approaching from the beach, no? At least some men, I guess.
Yes, from this position they can, with the bare eye, see the movement, and
Because
through the
Carteret
telescope
has-
can see that a very large regiment is coming, or even brigade. I would think they would assume it's a brigade coming down the beach there. All right.
Hey, real fast. The player playing Le Sueur has to drop out.
Okay.
So he's requested to move his or have his men join Carteret's command.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're, I guess, right there next to each other. So.
Okay. Sure, no problem. I let Carteret know.
Yeah, you're done. It's over.
Sir,
you
there
don't
is
have to clean that one up.
There is an important message for you.
Okay.
Your friendly commander, Le Sueur, who is on your right flank, puts his forces under your command. He personally retires from the field.
Wow.
All
Do we
right.
have a reason for this? Is he feuding or?
No, he has to go.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Okay. All right.
All right, good. So then we can give.
Forgot to mention that Bonchance is wanting prisoners taken or captured during the force capture to be interrogated for information if they have any.
Yeah, they can be brought over, and I don't know. They won't give any information this turn. Okay, then let's continue. Report for 0945.
Bonchance is wondering, is there a way to get in contact with the Navy?
When he's making contact with whom?
Is there a way to get in contact with the Navy that's supporting them?
With the Navy, yes, I think so. I mean, they had to pull back, of course, because of the low tide, but flag waving or stuff is possible.
Report.
Here's Jan.
Oh, hey, Jan.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can strong arm Achilles into taking over Le Sueur's command.
Sure. Why not?
Achilles, do you agree?
Sure.
All right. There we go. That's dealt with. Problem solved. I'm all about solving problems, guys. Solve Kriegsspiel problems all day. Now
Let
that this
me
pizza's
put
done.
you in the channel, Achilles. Okay, Juan, go ahead.
Okay, so I guess because you are together, it's the same briefing.
Yeah.
So should I send the same picture to Red 4 or whatever the number is?
Yes, please.
Okay. Well, Marshall, you'll see is exactly the same picture as before.
Okay.
And that's not a mistake.
Okay.
So, yeah, your troops in the ridge are essentially they stay the same. You hope that your cavalry is doing its thing. It's scouting. What you don't see in the picture is that there are French troops. There's an amassing of troops in the beach. There is a line. You see a line, dark line going north to south. You're just passing. Let's say, how can I say? So they are northern than Fort Saint-Aubin and slightly in front of it. So the line has already passed the fort.
Okay, but they're on the beach.
Yes.
Okay.
You see, I guess Jan can describe it better than me.
So what you see there, you can see the movement with the bare eye, then probably you pull out your telescope and detect what you think is at least one brigade worth of battalions moving to the east in your direction on the beach.
Okay.
And you might also probably see that the British flag, the Union Jack on Fort Saint-Aubin, is no longer flying. It has been pulled down.
Okay. Deploy the guns facing the beach. Open fire when they come in range. Otherwise, we'll wait for the situation to develop. The infantry should deploy into line. So just where they're at, they deploy right into line right there.
I have a question. Is this my infantry behind you, Marshal, or am I the infantry to your right?
I think you're to my right.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
To the right. In the rear, these white cornered blocks, they are regular troops under command of the Lieutenant Governor.
Ah, very good.
Okay.
Marshal, do you want me to lead my men forward and try to flank them when they come in front of us on that beach?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll try to be the anvil, you be the hammer.
Very good.
All right, perfect.
Okay, while you discuss this on where to flank, actually you spot a small group of men following the position where the brigade is among the fields. So they are on the beach, and also there is a small group of men slightly northern on the dry land, we can say.
Ah, so they'll be coming right into me.
Okay, good luck.
So, okay, Marshal, I have some question. Exactly where do you want to deploy your troops? Just where they are, in line?
For the moment, yes, until I know more.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We'll fine-tune the positioning in a bit.
Okay, so if they're coming down the beach and they also have forces just north of the beach, essentially coming in a line, they're coming in a line straight at where you're standing and towards my infantry.
Yeah, if they want to come across on open terrain like that, that's great. That's great.
On my line, they won't be. They'll actually be in that little valley.
Yeah. Well,
right.
Ideally they give way as they draw close. They just say like, no, we're not going to do this and fall back. And if they fall back in front of me and I have the opportunity to swing north, I'll do so to support you.
Okay.
And you also have plenty of reserves behind you.
Yeah, except we don't have control over them, so I can't move them in.
Yeah, well, you can probably send a kind letter to the Lieutenant Governor telling him to support you on the defense. Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to be compelled to fall back on his position if you're pushed.
Yeah, and my right flank is in the air at the moment.
Yeah.
So, okay,
I tell you what, I'm going to detach my 1st Dragoons to you to protect your right flank.
Well, we have that infantry behind us that does overlap, so keep your Dragoons where they are.
Okay.
I think it may be more useful where they are.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You
okay,
got it.
Did you want to move your guys to the west now or not?
As you said, there are enemy infantry to my west, heading towards me, essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, we'll
you
stay
can
in
see
position and let
some
them
there on the beach, so to say, on slightly north of the beach. That's all.
slightly north of the beach. Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's swing the. These are battalion size, aren't they?
More
Or company size.
size.
Company size. Okay. Let's swing my far right company and the one next to it in line to the left. We'll swing them like a door closing, going south.
Mm-hmm. And
Okay.
you also
bring up the guns that are behind me to the line where the to the right of the company that isn't moving. That'll be the hinge.
Yes. And as you probably don't know, you have 2 more companies at St. Lawrence.
Okay.
They're going to move south.
Yeah, let's. How far away is that? Let's send a dispatch to them to bring them to my position.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want me to type that up, Jan, or
no? It's all fine.
Okay. All right.
They are retiring. Okay, then this game is over. That's it. He's immediately counter-marching, I see.
So what's going on with the French? They're calling off the attack?
Apparently they are counter-marching.
Oh.
Counter these guys.
As regards to Moncey's forces, they're not going to be able to react that quickly because he was going to advance them down the beach. Then he asked if he could pop back, so he's popped back. Then he's got now he's been told that, so they'll get some movement, but they're not going to be able to move super quickly. Actually, maybe where they've moved is kind of okay, but just that they would have done a half of a move. Half of a normal move at most.
I agree. Let's pull them back a little bit.
SI wrote out a dispatch to a supply wagon.
Dispatch to a supply wagon.
Okay, the 3 battalions of infantry that were in the bay are moving north to support defence, whereas the 2 units of infantry are moving east to replace them in the screen. The following grenadiers, as far as I'm aware, have reached St. Aubin now. The guns are spikes in Fort St. Aubin, and they're trying to signal flag to any ships passing by to start bombarding Elizabeth Castle and Fort Regent.
Okay. Well, I would say we end the game here. It doesn't really make any sense to keep that going. I mean, we could fight out this battle now here, and probably these guys would move over and support them, but that really doesn't change the outcome, right? The French are heavily outnumbered. Do you all agree with that assessment, or would you say there is some sort of chance for a change?
If you were to say there was some sort of chance, you'd have to play out maybe 4 turns or so to change any result that we currently have. So I don't think you want to do that.
I mean, if the French do clock onto the fact that the enemy force is divided, they could have a very slight chance of defeating them in detail, but beyond that, it doesn't look like great.
I think the die was cast when they decided they would stand at St. Aubin for 2 hours or whatever it's been. So
Yeah, I agree. And when the dragoons come back to Marshall, basically he's going to know there's no second wave of French going to disembark, and he will probably decide to move forward towards the French. So yeah.
Okay. Then let's bring everybody up, I would say.
Okay.
GG.
Oh.
Well, good run in that case, lads. Great game.
Hello.
That's it.
That's it. Hello, hello. If you want to, you can join the umpire table. I will also stream on the Discord, of course.
What's the password?
IKS all uppercase. The name is IKS umpires only, I think. All right. Just give everybody the chance to join in. Join the stream.
What the name was? Sorry. IKS umpires.
Yes, umpire only, and the password is IKS all uppercase.
Umpire only. I can't find it. Oh well.
Could be IKS umpire only.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I mean, if you type IKS or umpire or whatever, it should show up. But maybe we are also at maximum players right now.
Oh, found it. Yep.
Yeah, we're at 10 max, which is the max.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh well.
Okay, so I will be talking a little bit about the scenario and how it played out, and then the other umpires will give their impression of the battle and their judgment of the players they were assigned to, and then we go through all the players so that you have the chance to give your impressions, talk about learning points.
I was going to say, yeah, and everyone can watch your stream if they can't watch the main.
Yes, absolutely. That will be with a little bit of a delay on Twitch, or otherwise you can just watch the Discord stream here. If you can join the table, that should be without any delay. Okay. So I encountered this map like on Monday, I think, or so. Damon showed me that. He posted it in the map channel, I think, and I tried to somehow pull it out of the website, which didn't work. So I patched it together from 120 screenshots, and started wondering about the history of Jersey a little bit. Did some research over the next 3 days and found out that the French actually tried to invade the island several times during the American War of Independence, not during the French Revolution or the Napoleonic Wars, though, because then the English had heavily fortified the island already with all the Martello towers and stuff. But sort of inspired by the history of the successful landing of 1781, where the French actually landed over here in the far southeast corner, without being detected during the night, then marched up to Fort Regent. Some officers even claiming that they sort of slept down here, down below the ramparts, without being detected. And the next morning they went into town and captured the governor and stuff. Unfortunately for them, they were repelled anyway, but there's that. So the surprise element was one that was also important for this scenario, and the French were allowed or had to sort of plan where to land, like at which point in time, and how they wanted to split their forces, if they wanted to land at several landing points. And the French did decide to land a small force here, trying to not be detected by the Martello towers, and then bring in several waves in the Prolats Bay. Because of a change in wind direction and intensity, some of the ships were pushed over and hardly managed to get into this bay and even sort of around here without being spotted from the forts because it was still night and fog and stuff. The situation for the British was as follows. They had several widely dispersed forces, some regular forces here, some regular forces here, some regular forces there, and at the forts, of course. And then they had militia forces, Royal Jersey Militia, which was historically organized into 5 regiments spread over the parishes of the island. And they had assembly points here, 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 just roughly now, but you get the idea of it. They were spread all over the place. And here, down here, I think, something like that. So these troops, the militia forces, were actually pretty well trained for the circumstances of the time. They had a training every week, and they could be alerted and put together within 24 hours. We actually did speed that up a little bit because everybody was asleep when the landing happens, and when then finally the alarm bells rang, everybody sort of was shaken out of the bed. Nevertheless, all these forces had delays on how fast they would actually assemble and then start moving. So the French landed and pushed forward, sort of tried to develop a cohesive position here, then pushed onto St. Aubin, which also succeeded without any problem, and then pushed onto St. Peter, where they met the first resistance by a company of militia forces, while the others were still gathering in the surrounding area. And these two forces then later on, another one came over, a regular force from these towers in support, defended this position for some while, then were pushed back to the north, where the forces from this parish were assembled as well. Surprisingly, though, the French did not use the momentum they had to destroy the few forces they had in front of them. They could have pushed far up without any serious resistance. But they pulled back and sort of, for the rest of the game, remained in a position around Fort St. Aubin, in a defensive position, only sort of start maneuvering again in the end of the game. They did assault Fort St. Aubin and eventually took that after some time of artillery bombardment, and were now generally planning, I think, to cross the beach and attack St. Helier and Elizabeth Castle here as well. The English on the other side, sort of assembled their forces. I know Marshall assembled here at Grouville, where his hometown was, and these forces were assembled, and these forces were assembled, and eventually those were pulled over, which had something to do with the secret objective of this player. And the regular forces from the east were also all pulled to concentrate on St. Helier. There were even companies pulled out of the castle, rowing over by boat to establish a sort of defensive reserve position here. It was this forward position first, then fell back when the forces from the north arrived here to take their position. And that is about where we find ourselves right now. With the French basically in control, of course, of St. Aubin port and of Fort St. Aubin, but not in control of St. Helier Bay, because Elizabeth Castle can still cover this area here, so you can't really bring ships and supplies and new troops into St. Albans Harbor, which will also take another 7 or so hours until high tide again, until any ship could actually leave or enter the harbor there. And the British are sort of amassed, although in a defensive stance. I mean, they are probing forward here, and we would see some combat now. Moncey's 3rd Regiment has been ordered to countermarch. This is really the strongest force in numbers on the map. So the combat might be interesting. We sort of contemplated if we should roll it out, but once the British over here see what's going on here and see what's going on, they can basically just sweep over and take this position and take the French in the flank. So I would say in overall judgment, this is a British victory without the British doing that much, actually, which is interesting. And I'm curious to hear why that happened this way. Might be due to my briefing, potentially. Okay, so let's go through the other umpires. Maybe Peter first.
Okay, thanks, Jan. So this was a very interesting and bold attempt at a scenario, I think. We've not done too many beach landings. We've not done too many dispersed defensive positions. And so if this was MasterChef, this was like a very valiant attempt at making the most exotic cake ever. And I think it succeeded in some parts and possibly failed in other parts. So it wasn't a perfect cake. Maybe the sponge was nice, but maybe the filling didn't quite hit the mark. That's what I would say on that. But a great effort, and I would say on that. And as regards to the players I was looking after, I tried to keep them entertained as much as possible. To Hamathus, I was saying, Napoleon be thinking of you right now, sitting in this position, and I was constantly trying to give Lake a kind of mysterious understandings of what might be happening to the south of him. But well played, everyone, and thank again, a very good effort, yeah.
Thank you. All right, then John next.
Oh, it's an interesting thing being a first-time umpire for Kriegsspiel, or first time being involved with Kriegsspiel at all. Just found it interesting, really, the constant, I wouldn't say, not disinformation, that'd be an incorrect word, but constant unknowing fact that the enemy was so spread out for such a long time. Not to mention just forgetting about your own units and leaving them in corners of the island to remember that they're not there or realise they're not there later on. It's been an interesting game, and thanks for having me.
Great. Then Juan next, please.
Yeah, well, it was also my first time umpiring, so sorry for the mistakes, Arp and Marshall. In my case, actually, because of the conservative let's say, plan of the French, and also due to half Marshall troops waking up pretty late, in my case it was quite smooth. I saw a very smooth game, because most of the time Art was giving me the same orders to his troops, and Marshall was just waiting for people to walk up a road. That said, I was very happy. There was a little bit of a moment where we didn't know what to do, because the French seemed like they were just sitting. And then Arp was like, oh, please, let's attack the fort. If there is an attack, I will go first man leading the way. And that was very exciting, the whole, I guess he will explain, but the whole, how it played out, the fort, him being almost killed in the attack, was very exciting. So I had a great time, actually, and I think the scenario is pretty interesting. Thank you.
Great. Tunisgrad, please.
This was also my first time playing or umpiring a live game in Kriegsspiel. I think everything's already pretty much been said. There seemed to be this overwhelming belief in the French team that the British were just one turn away from coming over the hill and wiping them out. And that was never more apparent than, I think it was like turn 4. I have the screenshot, and there are 2 British battalions in St. Peter's, and facing them are 5 French battalions, 3 French regiments, all 4 headquarters, and the French are saying to themselves, we need to get the hell out of here, because surely the British are coming like any moment now. And the entire rest of the screenshot is just empty. So I think that the conservative nature of the French was not to their service.
Please tell me you have that screenshot saved so that we can use it for a meme.
I do. I'm looking at it right now.
All right.
Excellent.
Okay, and I was taking care of Don, the British Lieutenant General or Lieutenant Governor. At the same time, I think a solid play there. I was a bit wondering or baffled how quickly you gave up the eastern fortifications there without knowing what was going on. Otherwise, I think mobility was good, trying to sort of get an idea what was going on, and then establishing the defensive reserve line there also well played. I must say, from my impression from both teams, that the amount of like scouting could be improved, I guess, because I think none of the teams really had an idea where the enemy was and how many forces there were and all that stuff. Okay, so thank you very much to the assistant umpires for all the work you did today, and then let's continue on with the players, and maybe hear the British first. So then, Lieutenant General Sir George Dunn, please, as the commander.
Of course. I mean, our plan was we didn't really have one because we thought that would be realistic. Because we had some command differences as well, and there were some problems there. But our main plan, after we knew where they landed, was mostly, well, first we opposed them in St. Peter's and fell back from that, and then we had 2 positions, one up north and then the one along the ravine. And the idea was that whichever one they attack, the other one can attack in the flank. But since they never attacked, it never ended up happening. But I don't know. I mean, my idea was in general that the home fleet would at one point just show up and blockade everything, and then they would start. So I didn't think that there was any need for us to attack them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And what was your secret objective? Did it impact your game in any way?
Yes, it did. I want to make sure I don't make a mistake here. I mean, I was the commander of the regular forces and overall military commander, but apparently the eastern regiments of the militia were commanded by the Bailey of the island, the overall, like, I don't know, governor, I suppose. And cooperation has been difficult. And, it seems that I have screwed up on one part of the briefing. Apparently I could have talked the Dragoons into helping me. I was confused there, that I do admit. But what it did was it ended up with me and Marshall not really working together, I suppose. Well, I mean, we did in the end, but we kind of did our own thing, I think. I mean, looking at where he is, that's not where I told him to go. But it does the purpose. So, yeah.
All right. Okay, then Marshall, tell us about your experience.
We started out with this command friction where I'm governor of the island, and then the lieutenant governor here is really in command of the military forces, and of course we have a military situation. So rather than duel with him to sort this out, I decided we'll save that for another day, and I sent him this really passive-aggressive letter where I'm like, look, even though I am the lord of the island, I'll go ahead and obey your commands today because we have to. So Of course, I worded it a little bit more nicely. I translated it into French, so it probably got turned into a string of profanity for all I know, and I sent it off. But he seemed to react well to it. And then I moved from, the first couple turns, I didn't do anything because even though, I know it's Kriegsspiel, I should be concentrating my forces and moving west as fast as I can. I also knew that my avatar didn't know anything. And just because you hear a church bell ringing, there could be, somebody's outhouse could have caught fire and they're calling the bucket brigade to put it out. So that's not a good enough or compelling reason to move. I did send a scout who then said, I eventually got a message back that, there's stuff going on. And then that's when I gave the order, let's concentrate and move out. So around turn 3, I start moving. And then we moved on this long road, and it was marching simulator because we're just moving. Went ahead, walked through St. Helier, saw that there was a fort out there, noticed that there had been some fire exchanged at long range. That's when I ran into a ninja there in close to the position we're in now, and he put me in this kind of reserve position. And I think he wanted me to stand out there on the open ground. And there was no scenario where I was going to do that. I did have magical cavalry that rode across the wet sand like it was Moses or something, like Exodus 14:22, baby. But the rest of it, no. I actually had that cavalry move on dry land. And then it just kind of wrapped up. So it was a real snoozer for me, literally. But it wasn't a bad scenario or a bad battle. It was just one of those things where I was doing marching simulator. Anyway, I live streamed it all to YouTube, just as I'm live streaming now, and you guys can see it. Oh, look, you got the guys riding on the horse.
So were they seahorses then, Marshall?
Yeah, they were seahorses. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think so, man. I don't think so. But anyway, it's like that commercial where they say, look, if you have this particular illness, take this pill, and you can ride on the horse with a beautiful woman. Made me want to catch that disease. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it looks fun, doesn't it? But no, that's filthy. You get the mud all over the place, and I don't know about, churning up the mud. The horses in the lead, the guys in the rear are just going to be sliding everywhere.
Well, in northern Germany we have horse races on the land that's during low tide.
Yeah, but you don't have hundreds of horses. You have maybe dozens, but not hundreds.
Yeah, I know. I see your point. All right.
Yeah. Anyway, go ahead. It's all good.
Let's continue. I know Brackett had to leave us, so it's Lake then.
Yes. All right. So I was in command of the Northern Militia Forces. Basically, the entire line of... don't mind if I draw, do you?
No, sure.
Yeah. I was in command of this entire force. It was spread out over basically the northern half of the island, and composed about 2 regiments, each with their own section of artillery. My objective was not much of an objective, more of a prerogative that I had to take. That I was to either focus all my efforts on one section of the island or the other, east or west. So, and once when I committed, I had to go and stick with that commitment. Once when I heard that they were coming from the east, it's like, well, that made it pretty easy. I was going to just send the militia from the east side. Sorry, they were coming from the west, and sent the eastern regiments over to the west. Sorry, dyslexic. So after that, I was basically holding up where I started in St. Mary. I figured that if they were going to march north, the best spot to hold them was at this point, because there are 2 gullies that are on either side of the main road, which leaves it as basically a choke point. You don't really want to travel in the gullies because that leaves you vulnerable to fire from above. which is something we do not want. No army wants. And the only real good spot to move north was through St. Mary. So I formed a line basically like this. I was granted a command of regulars by the lieutenant governor. Thank you, sir. And I was basically told to wait here. If they attack me, they'll hit them in the flank. If they move to attack the lieutenant governor, I'll hit them in the flank. And so I waited for all my forces to converge on St. Mary. And I waited. And waited. And eventually I figured, okay, if they're not coming up this way, they're attacking down south. So I have to move south to actually figure out what's going on and hopefully hit them in the flank and give them a real beating. By the time I got to St. Peter, I saw that they were just sitting here, right around St. Alban. And so it was finally around this point, it's like, okay. Now, in hindsight, I realized they were just playing defense. We were both playing defensively. Makes sense. But in the moment, I thought, okay, this is the flank. I will hit them now, and I will strike a blow that will be remembered in Jersey history. But before that happened, the game ended. So it wasn't much, but it was very interesting in especially gathering forces and waiting. Because a lot of wars basically waiting for the right opportunity and taking the initiative when you can. So I think it was a very good game. It would have been interesting to see more offensive actions, but that's just me.
All right, thank you. Then over to the French side. Let's start with the overall commander. Bonne chance.
Hello, okay. Firstly, it's an interesting scenario, definitely. In my eyes, the tactical problem that we were presented with was deciding how exactly do we want to capture the island. We were told that that if we want the invasion of Jersey to succeed, we need to capture a major port or multiple minor ports. I was, in fact, drafted, conscripted into the position of the general brigade 4 hours before the impending invasion, which is, I don't know, it's an interesting fact. Pretty much the very moment we got there, I started planning with I think it was Pierre and Dessau. There we decided that the best course of action is to take Saint Abion, because that seemed the least defended position, especially because of Fort Regent and Elizabeth Castle being so close together. Additionally, I think the main reason for the many decisions that in hindsight are obviously horrible was because we thought that placements on Elizabeth Castle can only cannot reach fully into the bay, which would logically mean, right, that ships going into the bay could just hug the walls and not get hit by cannons from Elizabeth Bay, which turns out was a wrong assumption on our side, which is, just our problem. So what happened is at 4 a.m. we landed troops. I think I'm not in the game, Sully, so I can't really show anything. We landed west of Saint Abion, and from there we assaulted the town. And pretty much the main goal that we had was control the port, control the fort, and use that to resupply an invasion. Thing is, I expected the game to start like 4 a.m. or so. Turns out it started at 6:30, and I quite literally spawned in the captured port. It was like, okay, that's wonderful. The issue was, every single commander had the same issue where they kind of spawned somewhere. So the first few turns were more or less us going around capturing other commanders like Pokemon, trying to gather us all before we can do anything. The reason for the retreat against 2,000 British militiamen was because I was worried about leaving the port undefended, especially because at the time I had no idea where Pierre was. I was expecting him to be somewhere north of the bay, doing, I don't know, Pierre things. By the time we gathered everyone, we got back to the port, and within like 2 turns we realized that we actually have to assault the other side of the bay before we to win. That didn't happen, obviously. By the time we came to that conclusion, by the time we fully captured the port on the east.
You still there?
I think he just muted himself.
Oh, yeah, I think someone is talking to someone.
Okay, so then let's continue. Who's the next?
Can I go next?
Yeah, sure.
So, first things first, great scenario, great map, really interesting. I think, I'm going to start off with the criticism. I think this could be really played again on a bigger scale. The one thing that I'd criticise, I think, for the map, I think this scenario victory conditions caused the French side a lot of confusion, because the victory conditions, and I think that's the reason why there was a lot of conservatism on the French side, because we were told we needed to catch 1 port and a couple of minor ports, which could have been around here and here. And so, therefore, there was absolutely no reason for us to go and attack St. Helena. And obviously, when we were discussing how far the guns could reach, we kind of were told they'd only get to about, sort of, say, here from Elizabeth. So, again, it meant, well, there was no point to go anywhere else. So I think if this was run again, Jan, you need to kind of just tidy up those victory conditions, because we did. One of the really interesting things was yesterday and this morning, with the previous commander for Mort took over and did a fine job. We did quite a lot of planning about potentially coming over here this way and various different options, and that was actually really, really interesting to do that the day before the game. Had we realised that we really had to catch Port Elizabeth, then we probably would have done something completely different. But Port Elizabeth, but we didn't do that because obviously that's not what the victory conditions said, so we didn't bother. So I think that's just something that you need to clear up if you ever run this again. I think you should, because I think it's a really interesting scenario. From my perspective, again, a bit like I think Mort said, we were kind of teleported into this area, which we weren't expecting at the beginning, so that was fine. I just kind of scouted up this area, got up to about here, didn't find anything, had a very brief contact with the British in this area, and then they withdrew, possibly, usual ACS meta wanting me to follow them, but didn't. At that point, we'd won the battle up here, and then we just had to hunker down and defend this area. Again, because of the victory conditions, there was no reason for us to go anywhere else but stay in this area. And one of my personal conditions, which Yana gave me, was actually to take a fort or lead a charge in a fort, which I decided I was determined to do, even though my commander kept on telling me I couldn't. So once we had the chance, charged across the bay at the head of the Grenadiers, which went really well. Lots of rallying the men, got to the wall, to the top of the wall, first man over, and then a guy next to me got blown up, splattered me with blood, so everyone thought I'd been killed. And then the next thing I knew, I was dragged away by Grenadiers and ended up back in St. Alban, not knowing whether we'd taken the town, the fort or not, which we had, and that was really good fun. And then, again, we were, at that point, I think Mort was saying, we were kind of told, well, we have to catch St. Helena, so we were deciding on really the plan was to do that. But by the look of this force here, we had absolutely no chance of succeeding with this. And just a word for Jan, if that was his that was his first time. He was excellent as an umpire, really, really good, did a good job, and it was kind of nice and easy communicating with him. And that's it for me.
All right, thank you. Then let's continue with Colonel Monsi.
Yeah, so it was my first time playing. I did like the scenario. I thought it was good. I had the largest French units that saw absolutely no action. The closest we got was up here at St. Peter, I think it was, which kind of was almost my secret objective or something like that, which was pretty much just to help out any teammates or any of the other units commanders that were starting to like fall back or get kind of broken a little bit, was to help them out in any conflict. So I almost got there, but they had dispatched the militia before that quite happened, and then we eventually did retreat here. Waited for the fort to get taken down here at Fort St. Aubin, and obviously right before we were going to advance across, we got hit up here. Started turning back, but it was a little bit too late at that point. I think it was a good scenario though, and that's about it.
All right, and then finally Colonel Desay.
It was also my first time playing. I thought it was a wonderful scenario. I thought I had a great time with it. Kind of reiterating what's already been said, we played fairly conservatively. We did think that taking St. Aubin would be kind of the center of what we would need to achieve in order to have victory. Initially, we deployed, and first report was that we had secured St. Aubin, so I had actually moved north towards St. Peter, hearing the church bells going off, figuring that the British were mobilizing there, and was expecting a large force from the north. And we did have a little bit of conflict there, the only conflict we saw before everybody pulled back. And then we had several turns, I think partly because of the confusion about the objectives, where we just kind of sat around St. Aubin, and at that point I actually typed a letter to my wife in my private chat expressing frustration with not seeing more action for my men. My secret objective was to convince the general to allow me to deploy separately from the main force, which I think I was more or less close to doing last night, but of course we had a player drop out last minute. But as it turns out, I did deploy separately anyway, so it worked out all right. But I had a great time, and I thought Tuna Scrad as my umpire was fantastic, and I appreciate all the work that everybody put in.
Oh, thanks.
Awesome. All right. Okay, thank you very much. I've just gone back to the French briefing to see what it exactly says. So, the overall objective is to seize a major port or several smaller ports, to allow more troops to be sent to support you quickly, or destroy a significant number of troops, spike guns, and so forth. Or alternatively, secondary, get your troops out alive again. So, I mean, for me, I take the criticism, of course, should probably have been more specific there. For me, the point was that allows you to bring troops and supplies in was the crucial point. And as long as these two fortifications were sort of denying this bay, even though if you have 600 meters here from shore to effective gun range, you will not be able to have a significant sort of shipping going on here between these Fort St. Aubin.
I appreciate that, but I think that wasn't quite clear enough in the briefing.
Yeah, okay.
And hence we did have a plan on that. But I say the scenario is absolutely fantastic. I think you smashed it out of the park, frankly. I think the map and the idea is brilliant. And again, I think if you'd said take Helena, we initially yesterday were planning to do that, and then we thought actually, well, we don't need to do this. We might as well go to San Juan because that was actually easier. So I think if you do it again, you just need to make that a little bit more clear, and then I think you're off and running.
Yeah, I can see that.
I will say for a scenario that was developed in less than a week, this is very well done.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, did you take 123 screenshots, did you say, to do the map? I mean, that's astonishing.
Thank you very much.
Well, we'll be expecting you to go up from here. This is a good start.
So, to all of you
Real
again...
adequate scenario.
Yeah. To all of you again...
All right, Mr. Vulcan.
Did you think the secret objectives added something to the experience, especially to those players who have played before and I mean, normally we don't have secret objectives for specific players.
It was interesting from someone who's obviously played it quite a few times. It was interesting in that it led me to try and both my commanders, that obviously the policeman dropped out, to try and persuade them to do something that I wanted them to do for my secret objective.
Mm-hmm.
So that actually was quite an interesting kind of, I guess, role play element that was added into it. And as Juan will tell you, I was adamant throughout my orders, if any attack happens, I'm going to be at the front of it. It doesn't matter where I am, I'm coming back to lead this attack. So that did make quite an interesting addition.
Yeah, it gave me something to think about because there wasn't any fighting. So it worked. It was something to do.
I will quip about mine. Mine was not much of an objective as it was a directive, as I've said in my my own explanation of what happened with me. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It did make me consider where I was going to move to and deploy and eventually end up at, but it was not much of an objective, and that's fine. Sometimes you can just give people certain individual rules, or you can just give them a secret objective. Either ones are fine. Sometimes it's just. Actually, I don't think I have anything else to say about that. Just.
Okay.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, I agree with that. I think if you do something as well, just say that, like Marshall was saying, maybe the governor of the island and the forces absolutely detest each other. That might make some command things, if you role play it properly, tricky, and that's an extra added consideration.
Yeah, it was a real dilemma. I mean, I had plenty of hours last night since I only slept for like 3 or 4 hours total. I had plenty of time to think about how I was going to manage that last night, and I knew I was playing with Ninja Bushido, who's a pretty tough negotiator. He wasn't just going to roll over. So I was like, I'm going to have to find a different way around this problem, and I did, but I appreciated having that. I really appreciated having it in advance. And I'll also say that you have to take these risks. You have to experiment, because that's how you learn what works and what doesn't work. That's how you take your games to the next level and give players those experiences that keep them coming back. Now, they don't always work, but what you'll find, like I think we're finding with this, is it was kind of hit and miss. Like, it kind of worked, but in some cases it didn't. Yeah. So what you do is you simply re-aim and fire again. So you're on the correct path. You just need to give it another go. You just tweak it and fine-tune it, and you're getting there. And to me, that's all that can be asked and expected of any umpire or master umpire candidate. I think it was great.
Agreed.
Yes.
And the module, guys, is not the module, just the most phenomenal module I've seen since the Lynchburg module. I mean, it's just amazing, and you stitch this together by hand. My God.
In less than a week.
Yeah.
With his eyes closed.
Uphill, both ways. Barefoot, with dinosaurs roaming the countryside. Yeah.
No, but I think as well the scenario as such has a bit more potential than we have seen today. Maybe, I mean, pointing out or making it more specific that control of the bay means sort of some way negating at least the castle or whatever, or taking it, or I don't know, maybe force the French to actually choose 2 different landing points might be an option, because that was during the game something I was contemplating about. The French could have easily, once the British sort of were sitting up there waiting, sitting here waiting, could easily have put some of their battalions on the ships And say over here, which was completely empty, all the Martello towers were abandoned. All the defensive on the eastern coast were completely abandoned. So you could have easily gone in there, rush over to St. Helier, which was also, for the region, was also abandoned. Take that one, and then from there, shoot on top of Elizabeth Castle and make it surrender, maybe.
Yeah, I remarked about that. You notice I sent my dragoons down there to watch for just that. I was worried about that.
Yeah.
I think this is why, again, so if you do it again, this actually would work very well as a play-by-mail, because you can add in, like, a player can play the ship, you can add in supply to the island, and I think some of those other elements that you talked about, like Marshall moving the dragoons over there, it wasn't quite as something we thought about. I thought about, I took a load of guns off the ship to fire on the port, but you might have thought about those things if you didn't think, well, the game's ending today. If it's going to go into other days, you could take, but certainly, the scenario is very, very interesting.
All right.
Jan?
Yes, please.
I just wanted to add something. I was only in this for like a New York minute because I popped into Discord to keep Marshall from snoring on the live stream. But
Oh my god! It really was that. Okay.
Yeah, you need to go back and watch it. But one thing I wanted to comment on was the little things that you put around the board. The little what are they? Little links things.
Yeah.
That was a great idea. This wonderful way of adding context to the whole thing. And anyway, I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in on that. I think that was a great idea. I love that.
Yeah.
I wish it was raining, because I think the raining thing, which is we didn't use, that would have been ace to see it raining on the board at the same time.
Yeah, you're right. We didn't really use the weather effects down here, right? Could have put some rain down.
Oh, that's so cool.
That's clever.
Oh yeah.
Bit hard to get it on the screenshot correctly, but yeah, and fog and all that stuff. Okay. Anyway, thank you all very much. And I think those tablets, we could use them for other occasions as well. It was the fact that I sort of was generally researching about Jersey and the landscape and stuff, and watched some videos and went to Google Maps to the Street View to see what sort of a fortification actually Elizabeth Castle was, and how the terrain around it was at low tide. And then I figured, man, why not put it down for all the beaches and everything that might be of potential interest. Okay, so I don't know, Peter left already. Okay, so he can't give any final thoughts, but I thank everybody who helped me umpiring and who showed up to play and hopefully enjoyed it a little bit, even though not that much happened in the end.
It was great, Jan. It was really good. I also think one thing I think you should consider, maybe even people should consider for future Saturday games if they can, the ability to maybe get together. If you're going to turn up having the information the day before and do a little bit of playing the day before, actually really, really help move the game along. It might not be the thing you can do for all Saturday pickup games. I'm sure Marshall will say that can be difficult as well. But for this particular one, I think that really added to the game, even though it didn't quite turn out. That planning bit was just as much fun for me as playing the game.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. The planning the day before I thought was wonderful.
Yeah, it's part of it. Yep, big part of it. All right, thanks, guys.
Yeah, thanks, everybody.
Yes.
Yeah, GG.
Good game. Good game all around.
GG.
Thanks, it was a pleasure.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good day. Bye-bye. All right, everybody on stream, thank you as well. Running for 5 hours now, 4 hours of game time, 1 hour debriefing, which is quite typical. Interesting map, interesting scenario, interesting sort of how it played out. Certainly something to take away for all of us, for the players as well as for me, especially when it comes to the scenario design, to make the objectives maybe a little bit clearer next time. I was just assuming that the players would take that into considerations. Anyway, that module will definitely be used again in the future. I have more ideas, I must say, not only for the Napoleonic Wars, but maybe even go back medieval times, do some stuff there. All right, so I wish everybody a good time. Keep Kriegspielen, and stay amazing, folks. Bye-bye.